Hi there, welcome back to 2021. This is NMRAx with me, Speed, at the bottom of the helix. Our next technician is from Northville in Michigan. He is a lifelong model railroader and a Pennsylvania Railroad fan. He achieved his MMR status in 2012 and is currently the Central District Director on the National NMRA Board. If you would like to know how to weather a steam era freight car, please pay attention. We welcome Mr. Bill Neal.
Thank you, Speed. I appreciate it. My job today is to be just interesting enough to keep everybody tuned in for the really good clinics that follow mine. So we'll work toward that direction. Let me share my screen here, and we'll get rolling. Yeah, there we go. Share. Okay. Hopefully everybody can see the screen. I use this slide as a good introduction to what I'm working on and where my interests are. This is a painting from 1953 that was done for the Pennsylvania Railroad's calendars. They used to hand those out to all their major customers, and they're quite a collector's item. This one depicts the Pennsylvania Railroad's Panhandle Division crossing the Ohio River. We're on the West Virginia side, and across the river is Steubenville, Ohio. And this is the area I happen to model. I actually have a model of this bridge, in fact, on my model railroad. The poignant part about this calendar slide, though, this calendar picture, is that this is the last time a steam locomotive was actually shown on the Pennsylvania Railroad calendar. They kind of put one way back in the background on the right-hand side there, going up the Ohio River. But this is the area I'm interested in, and I actually modeled in 1939, so it's right in the heart of the steam era. And I've spent a lot of time looking at how things should look and that sort of stuff. And I want to share some of the techniques I've used. So we're going to talk about freight car weathering. And I want to make sure you understand that this clinic is derivative. In other words, there's no real new techniques here. I've derived a lot of my styles, a lot of my techniques from stuff that I've seen other people do. And it's also additive. In other words, if you're weathering things today, don't throw all that stuff away and just follow me. Add some of my techniques if you find them interesting to what you're doing today. This is not an end-all, be-all clinic on weathering. It's just a good way to approach some of the freight car weathering in the steam era. So let's talk about steam eras. And really, I'm talking about the late steam era. I mean, there were steam engines around since 1820, but they're relatively small. What I'm focused on is that the major period of time that most folks in model railroading focus on as well, and that is the transition era, or just around the two world wars. And it was a pretty dirty time. One of the things that's most remarkable about this period is that at the beginning of the 20th century, we saw a revolution in motive power size. We switched from the little tea kettles, the 460s and the 440s, and started running Mikados and Mountains and 210-2s and that sort of thing. Locomotive size virtually doubled overnight, and so did the train size. What was the impact? Well, of course, passing sidings had to be longer, yards had to be changed, turntables and engine houses had to be replaced. But right along with it came this increased dirt and dust and coal smoke. Now, two pictures at the bottom are Pittsburgh in the 1940s. And you can see it was a pretty nasty place. Dirt and coal smoke all over the place. In fact, Pittsburgh ran their streetlights 24/7 because it was so dim there. You may say, "Oh, I don't model this area. I model someplace else." Well, the fact is, almost all freight cars would roll through this area. All North American freight cars at some point in time. I mean, 1945, if you measured it by car loadings, the Pennsylvania Railroad served 45% of American industry. So that meant that more than likely we're getting cars from or going to this dirty area. And not only just Pennsylvania, New York Central, Baltimore, Ohio, Erie, all the major Eastern North American railroads probably ran through this mess. And it affects the way we look at our cars. You know, I mean, even this is a photograph of Amarillo, Texas, where things should be nice and clean. You got the open air and that kind of stuff. But if you look at these freight cars, they're all pretty doggone dirty. So it doesn't necessarily have a geographic differentiation. I think most freight cars in the steam era were fairly dirty. So steam era is characterized by this massive increase in locomotive size, by smokestack industries all around, providing this great increase in grime and smoke and cinders and grease and so on and so forth. Plus, we also have a really widely varied levels of maintenance on the rolling stock. I mean, if you look at it, you have this, maybe a 20-year period of high growth with increasing traffic, and accompanied by this enormous amount of locomotive growth. And then suddenly we drop into the Depression era, where we have a good 10, 11 years of deferred maintenance, and people just didn't take care of things. They didn't have the money or the manpower to do so. And suddenly we get slammed by the war years, where we have this extraordinary traffic effort, and it also created huge amounts of wear and tear on rolling stock. I mean, if you look at pictures of some of the rolling stock from 1945, it looks just worn out. And then you have this decline of freight traffic from 45 to 60, where railroads were replacing steam engines by diesels. But you didn't see a lot of this until maybe the mid 50s, where it really started to have an impact in terms of how things looked. So why weather? I know there's always that discussion about, well, I like things nice and clean, but I personally like the way things look when they're weathered, when they have a nice grungy look to them and they look realistic. I mean, we spent a lot of time arguing about which way the goat faces on a Great Northern boxcar in 1952, but we don't weather our cars to match the way the doggone thing looked in 1952. So I tend to think things should look pretty grungy and pretty weathered. So here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to take look at a couple prototype pictures. Then I'm going to go over some basic paints and colors I use, and you can kind of look over my shoulder when I do a couple cars. And then I'll show you some of my other tricks and maybe discuss some weathering sins that we should watch out for. And if I have enough time, we'll wind up with some examples for inspiration. I always like that. By the way, look at the back end of this locomotive. It's kind of interesting. Those are not rust spots. That's actually brake shoe dust. Brake shoes are iron, and when they get worn, when they're used, they spray a lot of iron oxide around. So it's kind of interesting how the coloration turns out. Okay, well, there's a problem with steam era, particularly earlier steam eras, and that is we don't really have a good color palette. A lot of black and white photos show up. You can tell certain things from pictures like this, like how the paint's failing on the roof of this car, or how the roof walk's been replaced down here in the car in the foreground on the right-hand side. But overall, it's really hard to detect the color palette. You have to really scratch around and find pictures, and you can. I mean, they're out there. One of these days, I'm going to build this Southern car. I really like the look of it. Nice wood sides that are faded, and they've obviously replaced the doors just very recently. So it's an interesting look. I kind of like the way it sets out here. By the way, this is a good picture of the way a rip track should look too. All this brake equipment sitting here on pallets and that sort of thing. So let's talk about the obvious stuff. How does weathering happen? Well, real simple. Steam locomotive supplies cinders and ash and soot that falls on the top of the car. Of course, you get sanding dust, brake shoe dust, which is rusty in color, and just general grime and earth tones coming up on the bottom. Then, of course, bearing grease coming off the wheels. Most of the trucks were friction bearing back then. And you have a lot of end splatter. And, of course, you have some intentional human stuff that gets added to the car that really helps with weathering. Now, this clinic is not going to touch much on the intentional human stuff. There's a lot of good articles about that, like such things as chalk marks and other writings and bits of paper attached to tack boards. That really helps the look, but I'm not going to touch that too much today. I want to talk a minute about the way wheels should look. Friction bearings were basically had a lid on the top of it here, and they would put oily cotton waste in the bottom. The axle would turn through that waste, lift the oil up, and it would pass through the brass bearing on the top. It was a pretty good system, worked pretty well as long as this was oily. But that oil would leak out through the back of the bearing and get all over the face of the wheel. So within maybe 2 or 3 miles, most wheels had this oily face that attracted dirt like crazy. So you have this ugly, nasty, dirty-looking wheel, not shiny at all. So that's one of the things that I think is most important. If you get nothing else out of this clinic, paint your wheel faces. Now, the wheel tread would be shiny, but not the wheel face. Here's another great shot. One of the things you notice about a lot of these old shots is how the paint begins to fail on top of boxcars. That was galvanized steel, whereas the sides were regular steel. And paints in the 40s and 50s were not that good. They didn't stick very well to galvanized metal. So one of the things that happens quite often is boxcars losing their paint. This is a great shot of an inside of a gondola too, how rusty and nasty it looks. I like that picture. Here's another great shot from I think this is from 1940, out west, or near the Chicago, maybe near the Chicago. You can see how the grime has combined with the red boxcar paint to turn these guys almost a purpley color. There's some wood fading in here. That's really interesting. You can tell from the Chicago Northwestern. Sometimes the Chicago Northwestern was known as the cheap and nothing wasted railroad. But here they've repainted a car recently. You can see how quickly it would fade to a lighter color, though. It worked pretty fast. And also in this neat picture is some very interesting dirty refrigerator cars back there. I like refrigerator cars, but I like them dirty too. I'll show you. In fact, that's one of the cars we're going to look over my shoulder at as I weather a refrigerator car. Now here's another 1940s picture. You can see here how the roof walks weather. These are just timbers left out in the woods, out in the weather rather, not in the woods, in the weather. And generally they turn gray. Not much paint was wasted on them either. You can catch the end splatters here. That's kind of interesting, and how the couplers looked. It's a good photograph to look at in terms of color use. Now here's one of my favorite pictures from the Jack Delano slide set from Chicago. Look at these refrigerator cars, and in particular, look at how the timbers stand out board by board, and how dark the area is in between them. Now, sunlight provides nice shadowing, and we almost have to create that with paints a little bit on a model sense to get the same kind of look. So let's weather something. I'm going to have you look over my shoulder, and we're going to weather a refrigerator car. So we're going to start with the paints. Now, these Vallejo paints are some of my favorites. I use something called raw steel for some metal parts. There's something called old rust. It's in their gaming colors. It's a wash. If you put over any other color, it looks like there's a patina of rust showing through. It's kind of a neat color scheme. Flat earth and a gray-black color that's pretty nice. I also use craft paints. This one is called slate gray. I also use a sky gray. They're good for making aged wood. I have a few old Floquil polyscale colors sitting around. This one's called sand, S-A-N-D. It's also available in other paint mixes, but it's just a light flesh color. It's very good for new wood. Of course, I use India ink. I will dilute it into alcohol. It's one of my favorite washes. I use some tube paints, burnt sienna, raw sienna. Those are good rust colors. Raw umber and burnt umber are good dark brown, grimy colors. These are very useful. I also use pan pastels quite often. I like the black, the raw sienna, and burnt sienna. I wouldn't recommend any of the other colors. I just don't use them that much. AIM has some very interesting weathering colors as well. I love this Delta Dirt. This Delta Dirt stuff, if you dip that paintbrush into that and wipe it on a car, it just looks filthy. You feel like you got to go wash your hands after that. It's just really interesting, nasty stuff. And so there's some browns and some rust colors and some light gray colors that I use on a frequent basis. So if we look at these refrigerator cars, I love this picture here. These are single Herald cars, PFE cars, that were pre-war. It's a pre-war paint scheme, pre-World War II. You can see how the individual boards show up. And in this car, you can actually see very well where the door is. The door seams are shown as pretty dark here. Probably there's some sealant or something coming out. These, not so much, but I kind of like the way these doors look. So I'm going to kind of go for this look right here. And we're going to start with a red Caboose car. This is my end product. I thought I'd show you this. This is where I'm going to end up trying to, this is what I'm going to try and achieve. So here we go. First thing is we're going to take the red Caboose car, and before we build it, we're going to do some important things to it. These red Caboose cars are really lovely kits, but they are cast in a plastic color that's appropriate for the car, but they're translucent. If you build the car as is, it almost looks like it's fluorescent. And the problem is this plastic is very translucent. You can see where the printed herald's coming through. You can see my finger holding it right here. And to fix that, the first thing I do is I begin to paint the inside with black craft paint. You have to be very careful about this. Just slob it in there and just get it all dark, get it all black. And you'll be amazed at how quickly it transforms that translucent plastic into something that looks a little duller, a little more realistic. Then we go after the trucks. Now, those of you who will notice, my paintbrush has been well dipped into the paint bottle, trying to manage the camera and show this picture and actually do this work while I'm taking the pictures. I wound up sticking the paintbrush way too far into the paint can. I don't usually use this much paint, but it still shows how I do it. I hold the truck in one hand, spinning the wheel, the opposite wheel with my finger, while I rest the paintbrush on the rim and the inside of the wheel. I just spin it around until I get it painted. And then I paint the truck frame as well. And I make sure I get the ends of the truck. So like I said, you don't have to use as gory a paintbrush as this, but it doesn't take a nice paintbrush either. Just kind of work it into the entire truck. Now I will take some of the slate gray and I will dry brush or lightly brush a coat on the roof walk. I want the roof walk to look pretty worn. And I'll put it on here in sort of an irregular pattern. It doesn't have to be very careful. Make sure you do the ends of the roof walk and do the sides of the roof walk. You don't want the gray paint sitting on top of the roof walk and the side being freight car color. You want the whole board to appear to be worn. Now, while you got the gray paint out, dilute your brush, dip your brush in a little bit of water and put some dilute gray on the ends and on the sides. Now, this doesn't look very good yet, but I'll show you how we're going to work that into the surface. Here you can see how I've done the whole bottom edge. Oftentimes these cars would weather from the bottom edge up, and the wood would begin to gray out a little bit. In this picture, I'm using a number 2 pencil, one of my favorite weathering tools, and I'm just running it along the seam where the door is. I want to bring a little bit of the door to the front and sort of illustrate where the hinges operate. Now, this is an important step. I have a very lightly colored wash that I mix with alcohol and India ink. I put maybe 2 or 3 drops per ounce of alcohol into the mixture. You can always do more washes, but I don't want one that's too dark. And I apply it with a wide brush. I get the whole car wet, and I keep the car surface horizontal while it's drying. That's very important. If you turn this car up on its bottom, the India ink and alcohol will run down to the bottom of the car and pool there, and you'll get a much darker tone along the bottom, and you'll hardly have any weather on top. So you want to keep this thing level while it dries. And what this is doing is it flattens all the sheen off of the plastic. It also drops some of the India ink down into the seams and gets that shadow effect where you can see the individual boards much better. Here I used a little bit of scrubbing motion with the alcohol, and I will begin to pick up some of that gray paint that's along the bottom here and bring it down onto the boards. And don't be afraid to dip this a little bit into that delta dirt and drag some of that around as well. Now, after I've done that, of course, I'm showing the paint drying with the car upright, and I shouldn't do that. It was already dry by this point, by the time I got the camera ready. So I want to tell you to ignore that. But I will also show you here how I'm using an abrasive stick, sanding stick, to kind of put some grain into the running boards. You don't want to sand off the little rivets that are at every cross brace, but you kind of work in between there to bring some of that car color back out and that sort of stuff. And I will use some of that sand color with a very fine brush and paint some boards in here. Now, if you want the boards to look like they were freshly replaced, leave it like this. By the way, paint the edge of them as well. I didn't want that look. I wanted to blend these individual boards in a little bit more with the roof walk, make it look a little older. So I put some burnt umber on the paintbrush, some of that tube paint, and just kind of dry brushed it across the top to put a little darker tone in there. Make it blend a little bit more. I decided the car wasn't grimy enough. I wanted to go through, and I put another alcohol wash on here little more India ink and alcohol on here, you can begin to see where the individual boards are starting to show up. But that's not really the trick. Oh, you want to do the underbody as well. I don't spend a lot of time doing underbodies. I find that when cars are in operation, people would notice it being shiny, but if it's kind of dirty looking underneath there, they don't spend a lot of time. So I'll put some grays and tans and rusts underneath there, enough to make it look dirty. Now, here's the secret. This fiberglass pencil I got from Micromart. They come in a variety of different versions, but I keep the end very short, and I begin to wipe downward along these boards, creating a little bit of texture to them. Now, keep the end very short and be careful of this tool. It's a nice tool to use. I use sticky tape to clean up my workbench afterwards because it'll break as you use it. And these little tiny hair-like bits of glass will come off of it. You need to be careful. You don't want to touch your face after you've done this until you washed your hands. Just be careful with it. You go vertical. Now, that's a critical skill about this, using this technique. You don't want to use your wrist turning it because you'll get a curved streak. You want to almost pull this thing to the edge of your workbench and use your shoulder joint to swing your arm back and forth and make vertical pulls, very light pulls with this pencil, going up and down until you get the whole thing kind of streaked like this. And that brings the individual boards out and makes the car very, it blends these paints we put on here earlier. Now, I do use a little bit of alcohol and India ink on the roof, and I will pick up some black or brown weathering powders on the paintbrush while I'm doing this to create some dirtier spots. Here you can see how I blended in that wood board that I had created just to create some variation in the roof walk. Now, this is what the finished car looks like when it's done. You can see how the gray has now blended in, how the streaking with the fiberglass pencil has lightened up the paint a little bit, factory paint. And you can see how the door looks here. I picked up the door. Now, using the fiberglass pencil brings out some of the door accents a little bit and some of the other details. It helps brighten those up a little bit and makes them look a little metallic. And here's on the end. I did streak through the Southern Pacific emblem a couple times just to show the paint kind of wearing off. I wanted a nice, dirty look to this thing. These cars are not nearly as weathered. These are 1934 version box cars. Since I'm on 1939, these are fairly new. Again, painting the trucks, most important part of weathering. Alcohol India ink wash. I used some weathering powders. I applied them with a makeup sponge. And you can see it looks okay, but it looks a little bit bland to me. So one of the tricks I use is I use the alcohol to move the weathering powder around. And I will wash these panels with alcohol, pushing that weathering powder over and into the rivet lines. In fact, I'll even use some paper towel and wipe them down a little bit. And while I'm at it, I did the roof walk. So now I've got more of a paneled look here with the dirt clinging to the rivet lines and the panels being relatively clean, which is a nice look. I put a little bit of dust and rust colors on the truck frames. And then I used some of the pan pastels. I worked some more soot in along the roof here. I like them a little bit dirty on the top. And by rubbing this sponge back and forth, the rivet lines will pick up the black powder more so than the panels will. So that's how those got weathered. Now, wood-sided box cars get pretty grimy looking, and even in service, not quite this bad, but you still get a lot of grime. So here's a New Haven car I'm working on. This is 36-footer, and by the way, New Haven had an important shipper. I don't remember the name of the shipper, but they had their factory door set at 36 foot. So New Haven maintained a fleet of box cars that were 36-foot box cars well into the 1960s for this particular shipper. So these cars would be quite common. Accurel makes a lovely model of this car. So I would recommend getting some of these, even if you're late transition era. But here I'm using a lot of gray paint on it. And once again, I use my fiberglass pencil to streak it a bit. Here we are doing this stuff. It ages the lettering and creates individual looking boards. So it kind of works out good that way. And I put a little bit of the alcohol India ink wash on the trucks as well to kind of bring out the kind of shadow the details a little bit. It kind of helps. And I use a little bit of rusty color, and I might do that while that alcohol is wet, so it grabs the paint colors a little bit more. Now this car, I'm going to have faded paint on the roof. So I start with any light gray or any silvery metallic color. If you get it too silvery, it doesn't look like galvanized steel. If you get it too gray, it doesn't look metallic. So you got to kind of work it with an in-between color. That steel color from Vallejo looks pretty good on this. And I decided I was going to make it rusty. And here I'm spreading some of the tube paints out and trying to build some rust up on the panels. Now, this is not finished, of course. I'm still working my way through it. And I decided, well, I'm going to make it even rustier. So I pick up some weathering powders and combine them with the oil paints. So it's looking pretty rusty, but it looked too rusty to me. So then I started putting on some black soot. Now it looks pretty sooty, but it looked too dirty to me. So then I took an old paintbrush and began to scrub it. And I scrubbed through the soot and through the rust in some places and got back to the shiny metal. So I wound up with a mixture of roof textures on here. Now, none of these colors is wrong. You could go with a rusty color on top. You can go with a deep soot, or you can do with this blended color. Any of these is a good place to stop, and it might be a good idea to have some of each on your railroad. Now, here's some other roof work. This New York Central car is beginning to lose its paint, but not entirely gone. It's got some rust building up on the panels, but not too much. Wabash car has lost most of its paint on its roof on the galvanized metal, but it's still retaining some of the paint around the seams, which oftentimes was the way it worked with these Murphy roofs. So here's some other weathering tips and tricks. First of all, borrowing some of the techniques that military modelers use, you can weather with your primer coat. What you're looking at here is a hopper car primed with a dark coat, and then using an airbrush and airbrushing white on the panels. And what happens is when you apply your freight car color, it won't be that opaque that it doesn't carry through some of the light color on the panels, and you get this interesting weathering effect. That's a real good way to do it if you're decaling a car and you don't want to put a lot of weathering on top of the decals. This gives you a nice panel effect for hopper cars and for box cars. It's a great way to attack that kind of a problem. Gondolas are always filled with trash. I worked in one place where the hourly workers considered any empty gondola a good trash container, and they would dump all kinds of stuff into them. Lunch bags and dirt and old machine parts and whatever. But you can see gondolas were always messy looking. And unfortunately, the Walther's USRA gondola, which is perfect for my era, has a lovely exterior and lovely paint jobs, a nice floor, but almost nothing on the sidewalls. I think they made it too smooth. They made it so it would pull out of the mold easy, but that's the way it goes. So a good paint job plus some dunnage and trash in the bottom, and you can fool people into thinking it's more detailed than it actually is. Here's a whole bunch of those Walther's cars. I have a gondola train. This is just part of it that goes down into a steel mill, and I wanted to look pretty nasty. So here's a good collection of all kinds of dirt and grime. I just used some weathering, some scenery materials in some of these, like scenery dirt or scenery cinders, and glue them in with weathering with scenery cement. Excuse me. I'm focused on weathering. This was just dirt out of the backyard that I glued in here. It could be almost anything. And a little bit of tape cut thin is some banding, some old wood blocks. Great way to weather these cars. Flat car decks work the same way. Again, use sanding stick to add grain, and then paint them gray, and then add sand color on top for the lighter, newer boards, and some burnt umber to give it some brown tones. And use a fiberglass pencil to blend those colors together, bring it right across in parallel to the boards, and you can get a pretty good flat car deck. Here's a flat resin kit, excuse me, that I did. In this case, I scribed the sides. These were flat castings. Before I built the car, I scribed these boards on the inside, and I sanded it a bit to put some wood grain in it. I actually created some board ends. In some cases, I actually cut through the sides so that you could see the interior through between the boards, and that looked pretty good. And I also noticed that these cars scallop between the metal posts. And you can do that with a sanding stick again, and then build the car and paint it, and it comes out looking like this. A couple weathering sins, of course. Definitely paint the wheel faces and truck side frames. Get that grimy looking. The painted lady effect where the weathering is, this is oftentimes, well, the weathering just shows on panels and doesn't show in the cracks. It's not sincere, if you will. This is oftentimes the effect of using powder weathering techniques and not really working it into the corners. And the third sin is probably too much airbrushing. This can look okay, but you wind up with a very artificial look. And one of the ways to fix the painted lady effect is, again, using alcohol wash. This car is just these panels dirty, but you don't see much grime in the cracks. You can wash it with alcohol and a paintbrush and push those pastels into the cracks, well, I say, and get a nice panel with dirty seam look. Here's another tip, using a number 2 pencil. Number 2 pencil's got graphite, and it gives you sort of a metallic look when you rub it on some of these surfaces. I will hold the pencil on its side and rub it down the surfaces of the bracing on an outside brace boxcar like this, and create sort of a metallic look to those frame members. And in fact, if it's sharp enough, you can run the pencil down in the seam right here where the rivets are and catch the rivet heads and give them a bit of a metallic look. It's a very subtle effect, but it really helps differentiate the wood from the metal parts of this car. Now, I do weather everything. I weather buildings, I weather automobiles, weather my track, my locomotives, of course. Even the standpipe's got some weathering on it. So everything gets a little bit of weathering. It helps it all blend together. And of course, don't forget locomotives and cabin cars. They should look pretty grimy. And even a railroad as fussy and as pristine as New York Central had their locomotives looking pretty dirty at times. I like my engines to be dirty. I don't like them to look worn out. I like them to look like they've been used pretty heavily. Cabooses, again, you have to be careful of decaled cars using that fiberglass pencil thing, but you can sometimes take a fine brush and get the board by board effect. Now, for a little inspiration, here's some other cars. Not all of these are mine. I want to point out some are from friends. I do like the way this car turned out. Nice rusty ceiling, roof, excuse me, with wood boards kind of fading away. You can use that wood technique with a pencil on horizontal seamed cars. That works pretty well, getting some gray paint in there, so it looks like the wood's fading. This is a nice tank car. Not everything has to be terribly grimy. In this case, just the trucks and wheel faces got painted, and then a nice, and I think probably with an airbrush, this was done. This is not my railroad, but this is a really nice weathering job on the bottom of this tank car. It looks very realistic, I think. Oftentimes, the dunnage or the load in the car dictates how it weathers. This car is used to carry clay and other light-colored materials out of the northern panhandle of West Virginia, where there's a lot of light-colored clays, and of course that stuff would get all over the car as it was being loaded. Paint does peel. I love this car. Again, board by board, you can see the stuff, and you see the peeling paint. Kind of a cool picture. Here's some more models. You don't have to use the same color of freight car paint on each car. This is kind of a zinc oxide light orange color. This is a darker color that's shows a little bit grimier application of paint. And then, of course, here's a more reddish color back in here. These are all three the same color car, and they're the same car, actually. And it looks good having a little bit of variation in the paint. This is a Gym 6 model. I kind of like the way this looks. He did a good job getting dirt around the seams of the door and on the rivet panels and stuff. Just a general overall nice look to it. And it has a very, paint's a little faded here and there and that sort of thing. It looks very nice. This is a photograph, and I don't know the modeler that did this. This is really a beautiful job on the car. It's got light rust tones here where where the side supports join. Water would often collect at the bottom of these boxcars and would rust these parts of it. You can see this light metallic work on the hand grabs. I think that's very well done. He only has one mistake here, and it's an area that kind of shows the painted lady sin, and that is the inside frame of his door didn't get weathered. I think probably if he sees this picture, he's probably already gone back and fixed that. But that's something you got to watch for. You got to just kind of look a car over very carefully. This is a great looking model. And end of the line for this boxcar, probably it's running out of life. We can see the nice rust stains here and how the paint's bubbled and stuff. Really nice looking weathering job on this boxcar. Eric Hansman, excuse me, did this one. He said I could use the picture of it. I really like the look of it. He has a picture of the actual prototype where these boards were replaced. It looks just exactly like this. And of course, he's got nice chalk marks on here. Well done. A little bit of torn paper. This is really a nice car. And here's one by Charlie Duckworth. Again, working horizontally on the boards. So he brings those out very nicely. And then some darkness on the seal parts. Really nice looking car. I like this New York Central car. Again, this is a little bit too modern for me. This car is a 1960s car, so this would be working. This would work for some of the diesel era modelers. But I like the way the rust tones were applied on the roof and how the rust spots appear in the paint. This is really nicely done, and the streaking around the door. So weather everything to some degree. I like everything a little bit dirty. This is a picture of my yard. This is the East End shifter. And you can see the Caboose track here, and all the cars have some degree of weathering to them. That wraps up my clinic at this point. Are there any questions?
There are several questions.
Oh, by all means.
The first one is why pan pastels? AIM, Monroe, and Bragdon are so much better.
Well, it depends on what you want to use. And AIM is an excellent color. Pan pastels tend to be very monotone and not as well mixed color as some of the more specific weathering powders. And I kind of agree with that, but I like their black. And I will mix the pan pastel colors in with the other colors. Pan pastels tend to stick better to model surfaces. So I'll start with the black and then get that to adhere and then work the other weathering powders on top of it. And that works very well for me.
How do you suggest that couplers be weathered?
To use an old term, very carefully. It's very easy to lock a coupler in its a closed position and not have it operate again for the rest of your life if you paint too much on it. Very lightly dry brush some rust colors on it. I'm very careful about that. I do paint the brass springs a dark color. I find that a little bit of paint on the ends of the brass springs helps them stay in the coupler. But I like to get them sort of a blackish color, and I'm very careful about how I do that and dry brush most of it. And then when the paint's getting almost dry, I will flex the coupler to make sure it still moves correctly.
Mm-hmm. When you paint your wheels and frames, you use gray.
Yeah.
What about rust?
Rust on the truck frames, yes. On the wheel faces, not so much. They tended to be a very dark color in most of the pictures I've seen, unless the car is stationary for a long period of time. You put a new wheel in. Now, new wheels are rusty. I was around a lot of them. A pair of wheels and an axle weighs about a ton, by the way. But the wheel face on a new wheel, like say they replaced the wheel or replaced the wheel and axle set, would be rusty. But it would be rusty for maybe 2 or 3 miles before that oil spills out on it and it begins to pick up grime. So I'm very cautious about using too much rust color on a wheel face. But it does look pretty good at times.
You showed prototype photos of human weathering, like Kilroy was here.
Yes.
How do you model those effects on your cars?
I'm not 100% pleased with my outcomes. That's why I didn't mention them here. But I've used two things. I've used some decals, which tend to be very nice, but you sometimes can see a decal shadow around what's put on there. Even if you airbrush over it with a dull coat, you tend to get that. And if you put it on when the car is unweathered, which you should do because it should be shiny, it should be a shiny surface, then you weather it, the chalk marks tend to fade away. They tend to be weathered too. And I want my chalk marks to be like that Eric Hansmith car. See if I can come back up with it. I want my chalk marks to be brighter than the car's weathered surfaces. I've tried using a white, very sharp white pencil, and that's worked pretty well. So there's a couple approaches. Sometimes I even tried rub-on dry transfers, which I've had terrible luck with, but I'll get some marks out of them. That's the best I've been able to do.
So someone mentioned brown, black, yellow, and gray is pretty easy to weather, but how do you attack the green and red cars?
Oh, well, red cars, of course, they're painted with an iron oxide-based paint. That's where the red comes from. So putting rust on top of iron oxide makes it difficult. But the blacks come out pretty well. If you start with blacks and then you work in your lighter color rust, the raw sienna colors. If you want something rusty, that's fresh rust. That works pretty well. And the rust colors come out. Rust pastels or weathering powders work pretty well too. They're not too bad on those cars.
Okay, one more question about the wheels. Don't roller bearing trucks have wheel faces with a lot of rust?
Mm-hmm. You betcha. Steam era cars generally did not have the roller bearing wheel sets. The roller bearing wheels came in, I would say, in the 1960s. There weren't very many of them around before then. And they did have sealed bearings. You didn't get nearly as much oil splattering out behind the bearing on the wheel. So they do tend to be rustier.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing you notice is that after like 1960 or so, many railroads use self-guarding frogs. And self-guarding frogs actually apply force against the rim of the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of modern cars will have shiny rims because they're going through those self-guarding frogs.
So someone asked, do you use any fixative as the final step?
Not very often. The alcohol India ink wash conflicts with dull coat. It will cause the dull coat to go hazy. Now, a new application of dull coat clears that up right away. But I oftentimes find that the dull coat makes the weathering powders, somehow it takes away from the weathering powders. I don't know if it blows them away from the surface or if it just hides their effect. But I generally leave things pretty grimy. And but I like my operators to come back upstairs after operating the railroad with dirty hands. That way they feel like they've been running a steam railroad, No, I'm just kidding about that. But I have considered putting coal dust on my throttles, on my Digitrax throttles, but no, I think I'll pass.
Same effect.
Yeah, just get the right effect,
So how much do you hit with dull coat? Any at all?
I use it some cases. In some places, I will use it on once I decal a car. If I'm building a car and painting and decaling it, I will use it to decal it after decaling. But I prefer Vallejo or the old polyscale flat coats to dull coat. They have a better. I think they do a better job sealing the decals without causing you some chemical problems later as I weather with the alcohol and India ink.
Okay. So what was the India ink alcohol ratio again?
Oh boy, it's almost to feel. I guess maybe 4 or 5 drops per ounce of alcohol. I play with it. If it's too dark, I add more alcohol. If it's too light, I add more ink. I like it so that I don't notice it. It looks clear almost as I'm putting it on, but then after it dries, I look at it. I can see that it's settled into the cracks and crevices, and I can see some darkness in there.
Now, can you recover if you put too much ink on?
No,
No.
that's the problem. Indie ink is fairly permanent. Now, using that fiberglass pencil, you can scratch it off. But that's kind of abusive if you get too deep with it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to let that indie ink alcohol mix dry half done. You've got to make sure you cover the entire face of the car surface, because if you let it dry half done, you're going to have
an edge.
I guess a watermark there that you can't get rid of. So I've got to be careful of that.
And then the last question I see here, which might be, stretching the comfort zone, is would whether the steam era be different than the diesel era?
Yes, I think so. I think today railroads are much cleaner than they used to be. We don't have the air pollution. Steam locomotives are really, really dirty. If you've ever been around one, even miniature ones with coal fire, I sometimes play on live steam railroads, and when you're done with a day of running a steam locomotive, you come out. You got to wear goggles, and you come out looking like a reverse raccoon, with white eyes, a dirty face. I mean, it is a dirty, dirty um, means of transportation, and cars and things were just dirtier back then. I'm sure archaeologists, 1,000 years from now, will dig down there and they'll say, "Oh, here's the coal soot seam," and they'll say, "Oh, that must be the 1940s." Things were really dirty back then, and paints weren't as good, and we didn't have the metal products we have now that don't rust.
That's correct.
Look at your automobiles and stuff; they don't rust now like they used to.
So did you also mention weathering the track?
Not so much. I do think track's a model too, and should be weathered. It should be scale rail, and that sort of thing. But no, I didn't go too much into that. That's a little bit outside the scope of my 45 minutes here. Okay. I wanted to stay within my time frame.
Are you using the rattle can of dull coat?
No.
Nope.
No. In fact, I try to avoid that. Mostly airbrush on a flat coat. I find a rattle cans sometimes. Maybe it's just my enthusiasm for using them. I'll get drips. I just one more coat. It's got to work better, And yep. So I find much better success from an airbrush than I do from a rattle can.
And do you have an expensive kind of airbrush?
No. Well, for years I used a Badger. In fact, I think I still have one. I think only recently did I buy a Pache, and it works pretty good. But most of the time I use an airbrush to paint the base coat on the car. Like these cabooses in front of you here have all been painted with an airbrush, but I weather with paint brushes, not with an airbrush.
Okay. So there's a question here that's kind of out of scope of the clinic. Code 93 or code 100?
There's no code 100 on my railroad.
Okay.
I think it's not only is it too tall, but the railhead is too wide. Now, I hope I don't insult people. I will never be critical of your railroad if you want to use code 100. But for me, my choice was to use code 83 in limited amounts on the main line, and code 70 and code 55, and there's even some code 40 on my railroad. I like the rails to look lightweight, and I don't like sometimes code 100 track looks to me like narrow gauge track because the rails are so heavy compared to the gauge.
Yep.
So hopefully people aren't checking out after I said that awful thing about code 100 rail.
Oh, there goes the viewership numbers.
Oh no.
Well, Bill, thank you very, very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
That was a lot of interesting facts and things. Someone even mentioned that you talk so fast they can't write it all down. So
I'm sorry.
I suggest that they press pause and they rewind.
Yeah. I do speak quickly, and I was trying to get through this in 45 minutes. I have been known to stretch an hour-long clinic out to an hour and a half. So I can tell great stories and side things, but I've decided to stay very clean and very focused on this one. So my apologies if I spoke too quickly on it, but thank God we recorded it and people can go back and hear the nonsense I was spouting.
Yes. So before you go, I have to ask Brad if we're going to spin the wheel or not so that Bill can answer the first question if it is available.
Of course we are, Speed. Let me just get over to it. And there we are. So, as the wheel goes around, we've got Gordy back here this year again, spinning. New list of questions. So, the first question that comes up is, what type of device are you watching this live stream on? So, I think we all can sort of answer this here on the panel. I know I'm looking at a PC. Bill, what are you?
I'm working on a Hewlett Packard Pavilion with an i5 processor.
And Speed?
For some reason, it's very green in my camera now.
Bit of yellow. Well, mine is just
Yellow,
an
yeah.
old computer, so
Yeah.
with extra memory sticks that I swap in and out before and after clinics.
Yeah, no, I keep it all. I just rebuilt the computer with a solid state hard drive, so it's cooking along pretty good. So
Cool.
Cool. So everyone out there in the chat, put your answer to that question in there, and we'll be back with the next clink very shortly.
Welcome back. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. You all answered how you're watching this, and I guess every device on the planet was there except the one that I would have answered if I was home, a cathode ray tube TV. So, thank you for answering. We're glad you guys are taking part of it. Our next presenter is from a place a little further than you might expect. The town of Uchu is located in Namibia, yes, on the African continent. So today we will have our first African clinic. Uchu is the gateway to the world-famous Etosha National Park, and I got to know her as a train enthusiast on YouTube and Facebook, chasing the Trans-Namib trains, which I model, through the whole country of Namibia. She's also a 3D artist, as you'll see in the concept train that she designed, and can even play guitar and sing. Today she will show us how easy it is to model a piece of track in 3D using Blender. We welcome, all the way from Namibia, Grazandi Roth.
Thank you, Speed, and thank you so much for having me. This is an amazing privilege for me, and I can't wait to show people how easy it is to do modeling. It's not as complicated as you think. So if you guys are ready, you can roll the video. Hi. So I've decided to pre-record this tutorial because I found personally it's a lot easier for me to cover all the essentials and everything you will need to know as a beginner at 3D modeling, or if you're just deciding on trying out a new 3D program. In this case, the program I'll be demonstrating is Blender. I myself am a massive rail fan. I've loved trains all my life. I enjoy the thrill and excitement of chasing them, and I'm especially fond of the local railroad here in Namibia, Trans-Namib. In its current state and its bright future. I also love creating new designs and new concepts for a story I've been writing the past few years now, which I hope to turn into a movie one day. And 3 months ago I started with the journey of 3D modeling in Blender as a means to illustrate my ideas. And in 3 months I've clocked more than 480 hours. Actually, after I started working on this project, I've now clocked more than 560 hours. This is how my very first design looked like. 2 months later, and I was able to recreate the house and location of my favorite cartoon, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Now I am passionately designing and creating my own concept railroad for the story I'm writing. Please keep in mind that I'm taking some artistic liberties with this design, and it's still a work in progress. My ultimate goal is also to start designing 3D models that can be used for 3D printing, and that is exactly why I'm here, is to teach you how to build your own 3D models that you can use to 3D print, paint and use on your personal layout. This tutorial, however, will be just on getting you comfortable and familiar with the basics of Blender. Blender has a massive online community, and you will be able to find endless amounts of tutorials on places like YouTube and other Blender related websites. So, let's introduce Blender. What is it? Where can you download it? And most importantly, how much does it cost? On the website, Blender is stated as, whether you are an animator, modeler, VFX, game developer, 3D printing, you name it, Blender's got you covered. You can simply Google Blender download or go directly to their homepage, www.blender.org. Then go to the download section. There you will find the latest version of Blender. Choose the version you want and let it download. And now the big question, the price. Well, the wonderful thing about Blender is it's absolutely free. No catch, no adverts, no watermarks, no pay before you can export your model or 3D print your model. It is completely free, and you can get it today, and you can start 3D sculpting, 3D modeling, anything you want to design for your personal layout. So, without further ado, let's get started with Blender. The first time you open up Blender, this is what you will see. You can then on the welcome screen under New File choose General. You will always be greeted with this default scene. Now I know, opening up Blender for the first time might seem a bit overwhelming. But fear not, Fragile One, for I am here to guide you, and at the end of this tutorial we would have created some basic railway tracks, some ties and some fastenings. But let's start with the basics: navigation, layout and interface of Blender. Now firstly, let's get used to the layout and interface of Blender. This big area in the middle is your 3D viewport. This is where you will spend most of your time, constructing, building whatever model you want to create. On the left hand side we have the toolbar. The toolbar has options like the move, the rotate, scale, transform of objects. Here you have your different menus: view menu, your select menu, your add menu and your object menu. At the top you have your different workspaces. In this tutorial we're not going to be using any of the other workspaces, we're just going to be using layout. And on the right hand side, the top corner, you'll find your scene collection. This is your layers of different objects you will have in your scene. It's a good thing and a good practice from the beginning to keep your different objects organized. And it's a very good way of keeping track of all of your objects, especially if it becomes an extremely complex scene. On this column is the Properties tab. Here you will find different properties like your render properties, your modifiers, your particle properties, your object data, your vertex groups, your material properties. But in this tutorial we're also not going to be using this area. Here, this little menu, if you press N on your keyboard, it will disappear and come back. This is your object that you have selected. This is the location in the 3D world, the rotation in the 3D world, the scale and the dimensions. I'm using the metric system, but you can choose whatever system you prefer to use in Blender. Over here you have your magnifying glass, that is for zooming in and out. Your hand is to move the view. Then you have toggle the camera and switch to the perspective or orthographic projection. At the top here you have your different settings for the scene in front of you. For instance, that little ball there is your wireframe settings, so you can see the object's wireframes. Your solid mode, then you have your material preview mode, and then you have your 3D rendered mode. But for this tutorial we're just going to be using the normal 3D solid view mode. That's the basics of the layout for now, because we are moving on to navigation in Blender. So these little icons that we've discussed quickly, if you hold the little magnifying glass and move your mouse, you will be able to zoom in and out of the object. The hand is your move the view. When you click it and hold it and move your mouse, you'll be able to move around in the scene. The little camera icon is just to toggle between your normal view or through the camera view. And this is your orthographic projection or just your perspective. But using them is not the best method. I will teach you the shortcut keys that you can use to navigate in your 3D viewport. So, to zoom in and out is easy, it's just scrolling your mouse wheel. Then you will zoom in and out. To move around, you just hold the mouse wheel and you will be able to move around your object or rotate, orbit around your object. If you hold in Shift and the middle mouse button, you'll be able to move the scene like the hand icon I just showed you. So just to tell you again, to orbit around your object is holding the middle mouse button. To move around in the scene, to pan, you can use Shift and the middle mouse button. And to zoom in and out is just using and scrolling your mouse wheel. And that is the basics of navigating in the 3D viewport. Another thing to understand when navigating in the 3D world of Blender is your axes. The green one across the screen is your y-axis. The red one is your x-axis. And obviously from top to bottom will be your z or z-axis. In the right hand corner you'll find your axes as it's displaying in your 3D viewport and what direction you are looking at. As you can see at the moment, Z is at the top and Y is running across the screen and X is going into the distance. You can also click on these ones to have different views from whatever side of the axis you want, but I'm going to teach you the shortcut keys. On your numpad, 7 is your top-down view. 1 is you're looking down the y-axis. And 3 on your numpad is you're looking down the x-axis. The orthographic mode, 1, 3 and 7, is extremely helpful for precision designing on your models. Now let's continue navigating in the 3D viewport. One thing I want to teach you is how to select objects and how to remove them. By left clicking on an object, you will select the object. It will be highlighted in this orange color, then you will know it is selected. Let's learn how to remove them from the scene. Because for 3D modeling we won't use the camera, so you can press delete or X on your keyboard and delete it. Do the same with the light, click on it, press X and delete it. Now if for some reason you lose an object, let's say you're panned out way out here and you don't know where your object is, an easy way to find your object is to press the period key on your numpad. And it will zoom back to the object, the active object that you have selected. It's an easy and quicker way to also zoom into objects on your scene. If there's an object on the far side of your scene or your model, selecting it and clicking the period key will zoom into it. Let's delete this cube for now, as I want to teach you how to add an object. Pressing X and delete. In the middle of these axes you'll find this little red and white circle. That is the 3D cursor. The 3D cursor you can move around wherever you want by pressing Shift and the right mouse button. Whenever you add an object, it will always be added to where the 3D cursor is in the 3D world. It's always good to keep it in the center when adding objects. To snap it back to the center, even if I click Shift and the right mouse button, it won't always be exactly in the center. To get it back to the center, you press Shift C and it will snap back to the center. Another thing I want to teach you is you may become disorientated while learning how to move around in the 3D world of Blender. And at the moment, you won't be able to tell when I'm actually upside down. A way to know if you're upside down is to look at your axes in the corner over here. You can see the Z axis is showing down, meaning we're upside down. So just hold in the middle mouse button to orbit until you see the Z axis is showing at the top. Now let's add an object. You can go to the Add Object menu up here, where you will find all of the things you can add to your scene. Text, meshes, curves, lights, cameras. But I want to teach you the shortcut key, because it will drastically increase your workflow when you learn the shortcut keys. So pressing Shift and A on your shortcut key will bring up the Add menu. You can then select whatever you want to add to your scene, but we're going to stick with the meshes in this tutorial, so we're going to go to Mesh and Cube. And there we've added a cube to our scene. Now we're going to learn how to rotate and move and scale this cube. On the left hand side, as we've discussed earlier, is your toolbar menu. If for some reason it's not displaying, just press T on your keyboard and it will pop up again. So with the object selected, there you have your move options. When you click on this, these little arrows will appear. Clicking on the arrows, on the points of the arrows, you will move this object on the x-axis, on the y-axis, or on the z-axis. Now, to snap it back to the center, just press Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z to undo your movements. Next is the rotate. Pressing it, you will see the colors of the axis in circles, and clicking on them you will be able to rotate the object. In this case I'm rotating the object around the y-axis. Pressing the blue one, I'm rotating it around the z-axis and the x-axis. Let's undo that, Ctrl Z. I keep getting confused between Z and Z. Now let's scale it. Pressing on the scale icon, these little small colored cubes will appear. And pressing on the Z axis, you will scale it up on the Z axis. The same with the X axis and the same with the Y axis. But this is again using the icons on the left. So you have to move your mouse cursor all the way from here to there to select it. So in Blender, the golden rule is learn your shortcut keys. So let's go to the select box, and here we have our cube again. So to move an object with the shortcut keys, you press G. G is for grab. You will see it will highlight in white, and then you can press on your keyboard whatever axis you want to use. For in this case G and then Z. Now I'm moving it up and down on the Z axis. If you press the right mouse button, it will snap back to its previous position and undo the movement you just made. So let's again press G, and for instance the Y axis, press Y. Now it's locked to the Y axis. Again, if you right click, it will jump back to it where it was. Let's do it one more time. G and X. Now it's snapped to the X axis. And let's put it over here, and if you want to keep it at a certain position, you press the left mouse button and it will stay to wherever you've taken it. I'm gonna undo again, Ctrl Z to snap it back to the middle. Now we're gonna do the rotation, and the shortcut key is R on the keyboard. Pressing R, you will be able to rotate it by moving the mouse, but it won't be locked onto an axis, so it will be difficult to rotate it into whatever position you want it to be. So let's press Z and lock it to the Y axis. Pressing Y on the keyboard, now it's locked to the Y axis. And R, X, now it's locked on the X axis. And the same with the Z axis. Let's undo that again, and now we're gonna scale using the shortcut keys. Select the object, left mouse button, press S on your keyboard for scale. And now, when you move the mouse now, it will scale uniformly. Let's snap it back with the right mouse button, and now pressing S and whatever axis you want to snap it to, let's say for in this case X axis, now it will only scale moving your mouse on the X axis. And the same S and Y, and now it's scaling on the Y axis. And that's the basic for transforming your object. You have another icon here that is transform. When you click it, it will have all of the other icons and movements in one circle. You'll have your moving options, you'll have your scaling options, and your rotation options. Now, let's get down to the fun stuff. Firstly, we're going to create a new scene, a new project. Go to File, New, and select General. Don't save, and yet again we are greeted with the default scene. We are going to delete everything in this scene and start from scratch. To select everything in your scene, press A on your keyboard. You will see all your objects are highlighted. Press X to delete them. And now we have an empty scene from which we can start building our little railway. So let's add a cube. And if you remember, it's Shift A to bring up the Add menu. We choose Mesh and then Cube. There is the default cube again. And now we're going to turn this little cube into a rail. Firstly, we will have to go into what is called Edit mode. In Edit mode, you will be able to manipulate this cube into almost any object you can think of. To go into Edit mode, you press Tab on your keyboard. And you will suddenly see it changed from Object mode into Edit mode. And you can see the toolbar has expanded. Again, you will find the Move, the Rotate, the Scale and Transform, but there's new ones as well. Extrude Region, Insert Faces, Bevel, Loop Cut, Knife. A lot of tools you can use to manipulate this object into whatever shape you want. Now firstly, let's zoom into our little cube. At the top here you will see these three icons. A little dot, a little stripe and a little square. The dot is vertices select. As you can see, there's dots on the corners of this cube and you can select each dot. These are called the vertices. The second one with the stripe is called your edge select. This will allow you to select the edges of the object. And then the last one, the little square, is the face select mode. Here you will be able to select each individual face of your object. Now, the shortcut keys for these are 1, 2 and 3 on your keyboard. 1 for the vertices select, 2 for the edge select and 3 for the face selection mode. Something else I quickly want to teach you is the pivot point. Let's quickly exit edit mode by pressing Tab on the keyboard. In the middle of the 3D cursor you will see this little orange dot. That is your pivot point. At the moment it is set to be the center of the object. The pivot point is extremely important because wherever you move that pivot point, the object will scale and rotate around that point. Let's quickly move the 3D cursor out of the way with Shift and right mouse button. Now you can see the pivot point. If you click the right mouse button on the object, you will get this object context menu. The set origin, geometry to origin, origin to geometry, origin to 3D cursor. You can move the pivot point and it is extremely helpful when manipulating this object. For instance, if I press Shift right mouse button to move the 3D cursor to that point of the object, and I right mouse button click again, select origin, origin to 3D cursor, the pivot point has moved. And when you scale, it will always scale towards the pivot point. And it will also rotate around the pivot point. Now, to move it back to the center, right mouse button click on your object, origin to geometry. Now it's back at the center. And let's move the 3D cursor back to the center as well by pressing Shift C. There we go. And now before we go back into edit mode to manipulate the object, we are quickly going to scale it to look more like a rail. Please take note that this rail won't be built according to scale. This is just a practice. We are going to scale this object to resemble that of a rail. Press S on your keyboard and Y and bring it in a bit. About there. Now let's go back into edit mode by pressing Tab on your keyboard. Another trick I'm going to teach you is what is called loop cuts. By pressing Ctrl R on your keyboard, it will add a loop cut. This is a single loop cut. When you press the left mouse button, it will apply the loop cut, but you have the option of moving it around to wherever you want it. Right mouse button snaps it back to it where it was, and there we have a loop cut. But we want more loop cuts to manipulate this object into looking like a rail. So let's press Ctrl Z to undo that, and let's press Ctrl R again. But we want 4 loop cuts in this case. And to achieve that, press Ctrl R to add a loop cut, and using your mouse wheel scrolling it will add more loop cuts. We'll be needing 4, and there we have it. Left mouse button to apply them, and again left mouse button to apply them in their current position, because you can move them to wherever you want. But we want them in the center. And there we have the loop cuts. Now we are going to select the 2 loop cuts in the middle and scale them upwards. To do that, press 2 on your keyboard for the edge select. By pressing Alt Shift and clicking on the edge, it will select the whole edge. I'll quickly demonstrate again. Press 2 on your keyboard for edge select. Then by pressing Alt Shift, left mouse button clicking on an edge will select that entire edge. You will see it. You can select multiple edges at once, but we just want this one and this one. And now on the keyboard press S and Z to scale on the Z axis and move them up until about right here. Our next step is to scale these 2 faces inward. So by pressing 3 on your keyboard, we go into face select mode. Select this face with left mouse button, rotate to the other side, hold in Shift, and select the opposite face. Now press S on your keyboard and Y to scale in the Y axis, and let's move them in a bit. And left mouse button to apply. Starting to look more like a rail, but we need more loop cuts to make it look like a rail. So we're going to add 2 vertical loop cuts down the object. Scrolling the mouse wheel will add more loop cuts. Left click to apply, left click again to apply again, and there we have them. And at the moment they're selected, so we're going to scale them out on the Y axis as well by pressing S on your keyboard and Y and scaling them out. Let's say to about here. There we go. Now pressing 2 on the keyboard for edge select, we're going to select this edge, and holding in Shift we're going to select this edge, and then we're going to bring them down a little bit by pressing G on the keyboard for grab and Z for the Z axis, and bring them down just a little bit. and it's starting to look more like a rail. Another thing we're going to do is the bottom. And here's a new trick I'm going to teach you, and it's the X-ray mode. Pressing Alt Z on your keyboard will toggle the X-ray mode. If you don't use the X-ray mode and you say, for instance, you're selecting these faces, it will only select that one face but not the back one, nor the bottom. We want to select this whole bottom here, so pressing Alt Z on your keyboard will toggle the X-ray mode, and then 3 on your numpad to view it on the orthographic perspective, and then drag the box over the bottom, and now you will see it's selected. We can exit X-ray mode by pressing Alt Z, and we're going to grab this face and move it upwards. Pressing G on the keyboard, and then Z, we're going to move it upwards. Now 3 on the keyboard for face select. We're going to select this face and the opposite face, and then we're going to scale it on the Y axis. S and Y. Let's quickly exit edit mode by pressing tab on the keyboard and have a look at our little rail. And yes, it's starting to look like a rail. I'm just gonna scale it a little bit more on the Y axis by pressing S and Y. And there we go, a basic rail. Please take into account again that I'm not doing this according to scale. What I usually do is I import a reference image and then design the object in front of the reference image so it can be as accurate as possible. But in this case, we're just going to do it basically. And now we have to scale this rail of ours to be longer. Select your rail, press S, and we're going to scale it on the X-axis. Let's zoom out a bit. Pressing S again and X. Let's do it like until here. Now we have a longer rail, and now I'm going to teach you how to duplicate objects. With your object selected, press Shift D, and then you will see it had made a duplicate of your other object. Right mouse button will snap it back to its original position. Be careful because that duplicate is now merged with the other one, and we don't want that. We want to move the duplicate to the side. So pressing G for grab and Y, we're going to move it here. And there we have 2 sets of rail. Now we're going to quickly create a tie, a sleeper between the rails. So Shift A to bring up the add menu. Choose cube, and you will see the cube has been added where the 3D cursor is, in the middle of the axes at the moment. Let's scale it with S and Y on the Y axis. And now let's move it by pressing G and Y. Let's go to top-down view in orthographic mode by pressing 7 on your numpad. And G and Y, and let's just move it a bit until it's in the center. There we go. Go back into perspective projection, and now we're going to scale it on the Z axis. And then we're going to scale it on the X axis. Let's say like this, and maybe let's make it a little bit thicker. S and Z. There we go, and now we're going to move it to below our rails. Press 1 on your numpad to go into the side view orthographic projection. Press G for grab and Z and move it down, just touching the rails. And there we have a sleeper. Now we're going to duplicate them a few times. So I'm going to go to top-down view, pressing 7 on the numpad, and Shift D to duplicate, right mouse button to release, and then G to grab, and move it on the X-axis. Now to make it quicker, I'm going to select both of these by pressing Shift and left mouse button clicking, and then D to duplicate, right mouse button to deselect, and then G and X, and move it up until there. And now I'm going to select all 4 of them while holding in Shift, Shift and D for duplicate, right mouse button, and then G and X, and move them to this side. Now I'm going to box select each one of them, pressing G and X as well to grab them on the X axis, and let's move them like so. Now look at that, isn't that pretty? Now to finish this, we are going to create some basic fastenings. Move your 3D cursor to, let's say, here by pressing Shift and right mouse button, and then Shift and A to bring up the add menu and add another cube. Pressing the period key on your numpad, we will zoom into that cube. G and Z, move it up, and S and Z to scale it. Let's go to top-down view with 7 on your numpad, G and Y to grab it on the Y axis, and let's scale it a bit. On the X axis, there we go. Pressing 3 on my numpad for the front view, G and Z to grab it on the Z axis. And now I'm just going to scale it until I'm happy with it. Scaling it on the Y axis, grabbing it on the Y axis, like so. I'm going to enter edit mode again with tab. I'm going to add a loop cut. Left mouse button to select it, and then I'm going to move the loop cut about there. I'm going to go back into X-ray mode, and I just quickly want to tell you that X-ray mode is also available up here. That is the toggle X-ray mode, but like I said, the shortcut key is Alt Z. I'm going to go back into the front view with 3 on my numpad, and I'm going to select these edges. And you will see all of them are selected. Going back, now I'm going to grab them on the Z axis, and I'm going to move them down. I'm going to box select the top ones, G and Z as well, to scale them down a bit. Now I can exit the X-ray mode and quickly have a look. It's extremely basic, but it's just to give you a good start on how to manipulate objects into shapes that you want. So I'm quickly going to duplicate all of these ones onto my ties, my sleepers. And there we go. Now we're going to select each one of them, duplicate. Now we're going to rotate them. Going into top view, press R on your keyboard and move the mouse until it rotates around. Holding in Shift, you will get a more precise rotation. and grab on the y-axis and move them up until there. I'm going to duplicate it again and move it down here. And then I'm going to select these ones again. Duplicate, and I'm going to move them up. And let's have a look. There's our basic little railroad. Blender might seem scary in the beginning and impossible to master, but the more you practice, the easier it gets, and the possibilities are endless. Trust me, if I could do it, you can too. And never be afraid to reach out to the community and ask for help. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial, and I really hope it inspired you to enter the world of 3D modeling, where you can model and then 3D print almost anything your heart desires. The only limitations is how much you believe in yourself.
Are we live yet? Chrysandria, I think you opened up a lot of people's eyes on what a free tool can do.
Yes, I'm glad.
So first, a few engineering-like questions. Before I
Let's
3D
go.
print this, how do I dimension it so I can make sure that my rails are 9 millimeters apart in N scale?
That is usually what I do is I create the whole rail, and when everything is finished, you don't have to care that much about scale, except you have to care about the width between the two rails. But that's the easy way. You add in a plane or cube, and when you press N on the keyboard, you'll see the pop-up menu coming up with the dimensions, where you can set the millimeters or the meters of that cube, and then you just place your rails around that cube. And when you finished everything, what you can do then is you tie all of them together by joining them to make one model.
Mhm.
And then it's easy. You can just select, go back to the dimension properties and change them to the scale or size that you want.
So have you tried any of the other 3D modeling softwares like SketchUp?
I've played around with them, but Blender intrigued me because of its animation properties as well, and the community, and it's free. So that's why I started out with Blender. So I haven't had a lot of experience with other programs. There's a few that I played with, but Blender stole my heart from the beginning when I started playing around with it.
So since I have an interest in it, have you ever drawn a giraffe or an elephant, or I think they call it an organic object?
Yes, I've done some basic trees and so, which is organic, but usually going to that point, you have to have the basics of doing a building or something non-organic. Because going into more organic things, you go into a sculpting mode where it's like you have clay in your hands, and with that clay, you start sculpting it into an organic shape. And so I've played around a little bit with animation characters, but it's still a ways off for me to understand it completely, but it's such a wonderful challenge.
Cool. So someone mentioned in SketchUp, there's a resource called Warehouse, where models created by others are kept, and you can download those and add it to your project. Is there something similar in Blender?
Blender doesn't have like a warehouse inside of the program itself, but it has the options of what I usually do is I have a separate folder where I save all the models I've downloaded. And there you can just, they call it in Blender, they call it to append. So you just append it to your project that you're having, and it will be in the scene you're creating. And then you can 3D print it from there on.
So you got to find these online somewhere or call a friend.
Yes, there's, yeah, somebody who can create it for you, or you can just Google. There's a lot of websites out there that offers free models, and some of them offer paid options. But a lot of the free models is the best you can find out there because Blender is free as well.
Mhm. So, how many hours of learning Blender do you think it would take a person of average intelligence to design something useful?
For me, it was in the beginning, and please know I also had no prior experience to modeling. I had some experience with texture painting, but not modeling. So it took me about 2 weeks and about 1 to 2 hours each night of practice to design something that I can use and show off with, and something practical that you can use in other scenes as well.
And how long does it take the user to get familiar with all these keyboard commands?
The keyboard commands is something that you get fairly quickly used to, but there's ways of finding. There's online sheets, they call it cheat sheets, that you can find for Google. Blender, I mean, you just Google it for the cheat sheets for Blender. But before you know it, it sounds like there's a lot of shortcut keys. But I think I didn't even pass 10 shortcut keys in this video. It's just you repeat them so much, you don't even have to look at your fingers. So you get it with practice. You do get it, you do understand it, and it's muscle memory that builds, and then in a week or so you have it. Then you'll understand the keyboard shortcuts, and you even start realizing how Blender functions with its shortcut system, and you start doing your own shortcuts, and you see, oh wow, it works. It's like a little algorithm that you start to figure out.
So there is a list of shortcuts available online, right?
Yes, a lot of lists.
Other than Rails, what railroad objects have you enjoyed creating? And maybe they missed the first part of the layout video showing your concept train. So things you like drawing.
So the thing that I wanted to design the first, when I knew I understood Blender well enough, it's the railroad. So I've created, in the beginning of the video, I showed it off a little bit, but it's a concept train I'm creating for a little story I'm writing. And so for me, anything from the truck sets to the finer details like the chains, the wheels, the axles, the coupling, the knuckles, everything is something I enjoy creating. Even the little switching mechanisms next to a switch or a turnout point. So I love everything, and currently I'm starting to work on my locomotive.
So where did you learn all these things? What was your biggest source of information?
My biggest source of information was to learn Blender was the tutorials on YouTube. But for me, for the trains and so, I'll watch a lot of YouTube videos to find inspiration for the type of train I want to create, a concept train I want to create for myself. I hope that answers the question.
So did you have a favorite YouTube teacher?
Yes, there's two. The main one is Blender Guru. You'll find him. He's everywhere on YouTube. And the second person is Grant Abbott. He also has amazing. I started out with Grant Abbott's beginner tutorials, and then moved on to Blender Guru.
Mhm. So back to the technical things a bit. Can you step and repeat things so that you don't have to copy 3 ties to get 6 ties? Can you say, hey, I want 24 ties spaced at a certain distance?
Yes, but that gets into a bit more of the advanced settings, but you'll find what they call modifiers. So once you have one tie or a joint or fastening, the they call it the array modifier. You'll have the option of choosing an object, adding the array modifier to it, and then you can tell it on what axis you want to copy and duplicate it as much as you want, and the distance you want as well. So for railroad designing, that is extremely quick way to do it is adding the array modifier, telling it how much duplicates of that one object you want and how far to space it.
Okay. Does this tool have the ability to import and export your images into some standard types like DXF, OBJ, STL files?
Yes, it does have, and there's a lot of extensions that you can download, add-ons and plugins that you can find that's free, that give you the ability to convert it to much lesser known formats or extremely popular formats that you can use in other programs as well.
Cool. Okay, so how long did it take you to draw that concept train that you showed in the beginning?
That concept train took me about, the train plus the tracks, it took me about 2 months now, because I was also learning as I was going. But yeah, it took about 2 months to get to the point where it is, the train plus the tracks. So I'm just going to do the environment in the next month and my concept locomotive.
Okay, did you use any of the video creating capabilities of this, or was that what you used to create that little farmhouse with the windmill as a video?
Yeah, video, if I understand the question correctly, Blender has a video editor inside of it. And you also have the option of, like the little camera, you can animate your objects or camera movements. Is that the question you asked?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So you have, like in the scene I showed about the little house, the Courage the Cowardly Dog house with the windmill, is you have the option of animating any object you want, moving it as much as you want to any particular space in the 3D world in a certain amount of frames per second. And that camera is you're the director. You tell that camera where you want it, where you want to focus it on, and then you export it as a movie file.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't see any more 3D printing, 3D design questions here. There's a few
No
questions
problem.
about printing and the learning and tips. So you're welcome to say if you've tried any 3D printing of these things or any of the software that you use past Blender.
Okay. Yeah, so for me, basically the programs I used is Blender, and but I myself don't own a 3D printer. But I have learned how to design the models to work with a 3D printer. So basically that is for my texturing, for painting the scenes I want to paint. There I use different free open source programs as well, like paint.net and so.
Okay. Okay, then back to Namibia.
Yes.
Do you know the gauge of the Namibian Railroad?
Yes, it's 1067 millimeters Cape gauge, and it's also 3.5 feet. So that is the main Cape gauge as it's used in South Africa and all in the southern parts of Africa.
And you want to tell us about the train that your grandma came to town with?
Yeah, the old narrow gauge was 600 millimeters. I don't even know in feet how much it is, but it's 2 feet actually. I know it's 2 feet.
Yeah.
And she came all the way from Mossel Bay. It took her 3 weeks. Mossel Bay is in South Africa, and it took her 3 weeks to get with the little steam train all the way to Ochu. And the best part is when the train never had the power to climb up the grade to our town, so it had to leave a lot of wagons down at the bottom. And when climbing the grade, it was so slow you can actually climb out and walk next to it.
Let me just quickly scan if there's more questions. Nope, nothing here.
Okay.
So, Chrysanthi, thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you too.
You got me interested. I'm going to draw
I'm
that
glad.
Class 33 locomotive before you do. That's the challenge.
That's a good challenge. I'll accept that challenge.
And then we're going to ask Brad to spin the wheel, and we would like you to answer the first question.
Okay.
Let's go.
No problem. So the wheel's spinning yet again. The question this time on the Wheel of Gordy, as I'll call it, is what brand of DCC system are you using?
At the moment, believe it or not, I'm very new to model railroading. Model railroading in Namibia is extremely expensive, but I just got my first set of HO scale train sets this morning. And so it's still analog and it's Hornby. It's the company. So yeah, that's what I'm using at the moment. Still learning.
Cool.
Yeah.
Speed, do you want to chime in? What do you use?
I'm using a NCE DCC system. Simple English, few words, don't have to memorize numbers, digits, hash, pound. That's why I picked this one.
Okay. Okay.
Nice. I used to use Lens until this crazy Australian talked me into this Raspberry Pi with this little board on top called a Sprog. So that's what I'm using. Okay, guys, leave your answers in the chat to that question, and thanks again for a great clinic on something new that we haven't seen, and we'll be back shortly with the next clinic.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Doring, and this is the X. It's NMRAx, the place where model railroaders and railroad modelers and all of us who are crazy about trains come together to share ideas, insights, and inspirations. Remember, you heard it on the X. Our next presenter has been quite interested in passenger trains, modeling these mostly in HO since before the Amtrak era. He's currently president of the Hub Division, that's the Boston area, of the Northeastern region of the NMRA. And he's also the superintendent of track at the Seashore Trolley Museum in Kennebunkport, Maine. So please help me to welcome now James Van Bockelen.
Hello, everybody. I'm presenting on New England passenger trains, which is, as John said, a subject that I've been working on for a long time. I really came of age as a modeler, started to develop my skills and be able to use tools like airbrushes and so forth in the 70s. And at that time, the publications I read, Model Railroader, Railroad Model Craftsman, there was a lot of good research going on about freight cars. I knew that a lot of what I'd gotten in previous years, a lot of what was available on the market, wasn't very good looking when you looked at it up close and wasn't always labeled properly or lettered properly for a given period. But with that research going on, I knew that I was going to be able to put a good-looking freight train in the scenes on whatever layout I managed to build in the future. And my particular interest was the Boston and Maine Railroad. I was a member of the Boston and Maine Railroad Historical Society. They had a lot of good publications coming out. Their B&M Bulletin had a lot of good information in it. And I knew what the trains I wanted to see looked like. And for a kind of odd sidestep, I didn't want them to look like the trains I'd grown up riding. Those trains were just about all Bud RDCs, and they ran in commuter service around Boston. What interested me about the B&M and about New England railroading in general was, maybe 10, 15 years before my first train ride. It was when steam locomotives were still in use, when the Boston and Maine handled trains that went to Montreal and New York State and New Brunswick up to St. John. And there were cars on the Boston and Maine from the Canadian Pacific, from the New Haven, from the Pennsy. All these passenger cars handled in all kinds of very interesting services. None of them very long, not the spectacular long distance hauls through the Midwest or over the desert, but very interesting to me. And so I sat down to research how I would be able to model these when the time came that I could have a layout. So I've written somewhat about this subject. I have a New England Railroad History and Modeling page, and there I've written up a good deal of what I know about the interline passenger trains, about the mail service routes, about the equipment of 4 railroads that cooperated on a lot of these services. And I have an article on the Hub Division's own member articles area, which is a much longer version of why I research and model passenger trains, as I've just been telling you. And then I had one little publication in the B&M Railroad Historical Society's Modeler's Notes, which is, by the way, available on CD from the B&M RRHS. If you want to have a full collection, it's not very expensive. So what else? What else did I use while I was trying to come to this level of knowledge? There's some good online resources out there. A man named Jim Dufour has been keeping up to date a Remembering the Rutland page for, probably more than 20 years. And he has some very good data on the Rutland's passenger service, which also had that interline facet to it. All of their long-haul passenger trains originated on some other railroad, ran across the Rutland, and then went on towards some city much larger than any of those in Vermont. Second on this page, I give the URL for my own New England Railroad history and modeling page. Third, if you're modeling this era, and you're modeling passenger trains in this era, many railroads operated overnight sleeper services. They did that almost always with cars either owned or operated by the Pullman Company. And Tom Madden and a host of people supporting him have researched the Pullman Company records in great detail. And that information is available via thepullmanproject.com. And that will help you identify what Pullman sleepers you might have had running on what services on any given train, on any given line. Fourth here, we have the New Haven Railroad, which was the single biggest passenger hauler in the New England states, with a very busy service between Boston and New York City, hourly first-class trains. Not all first class, only a few of them were all parlor car. But the hourly service ran to a high standard until late in the decline of the New Haven Railroad. And they have a site with information on it, and then they have discussion groups that are hosted by the Historical Technical Association. And both of those are pretty active, and there's a lot of information to be found there. The Boston and Maine Railroad discussion takes place on a list. This was originally hosted on groups.io. groups.yahoo.com, and then it moved to groups.io as Yahoo reduced their interest in hosting groups. It's a very good place to look back through the archives, which happily are public. I also am aware of a number of B&M groups on Facebook, but I am not so aware of New Haven or Maine Central or Rutland, because Facebook is there's a lot of information coming through, and I find it that I'd much rather spend the time modeling than keeping track of the next picture that someone posts. I go and look every once in a while. Third, we have, actually this is sixth, we have the B&M Railroad Historical Society. They have a big collection of B&M paper hosted at the University of Lowell in Massachusetts. And they have people actively working on digitizing that paper. And they also have a collection of physical artifacts, and they're associated with maintaining the B&M 060 steam engine 410 that is displayed in Lowell next to the Lowell trolley line, which serves the Lowell National Historical Park, which is worth visiting if you're interested in New England mill cities. Finally, we have the 470 Railroad Club, which has a very strong effort to preserve B&M and Maine Central equipment. Their focus is on railroads in Maine, and they're doing so at the Conway Scenic Railroad. They're responsible for a couple of B&M F7s, a Maine Central 280, and several other pieces of equipment, but they aren't very online focused. If you're interested in Maine railroads and can actually get to Maine when the virus allows you to, it would be worth looking up the 470 Club and seeing what they're doing. And if you have skills, you might be able to get involved with their work up at the Conway Scenic Railroad. So as things compare to some other railroads, there's a good deal of information about the New England railroads available, possibly because people were willing to publish books, people collected photos, they knew one another. The photo collections have been available to the various researchers, and also because the internet was stronger in New England early on than it has been in some other places. So with those resources, you can also buy books. And I've mentioned the B&M Bulletin and the Modeler's Notes. Dave Sweetland did a good overview of New England freight and passenger equipment that was published, I think, now about 15 or 20 years ago, but it still can be found as used books. The New Haven Railroad Historical Technical Association publishes a magazine called Shoreliner, which is well researched and well edited. That is something that I am very glad I've been a member of their organization for as long as I have. The Passenger Equipment Diagram book is a reprint that they did years ago, and I don't think they have reissued it. Then we have Mainline Modeler magazine, which has been gone for a number of years, but I believe you can still get their passenger car articles collected in that book, the Best of Mainline Modelers Passenger Car Articles. And that's very useful because it has several articles focusing on Pullmans of that era and talking about how you can model something that hasn't been offered commercially. Reinforcing that, you have the Railway Prototype Cyclopedia, where volumes 1 and 2 were heavily focused on the Pullmans, the physical characteristics, the information about where they operated, and how the Pullman fleet evolved. Then in volume 5, they discuss the U.S. Army troop sleepers from World War II. And they're important in New England because, let's see, New Haven, New York Central, Boston and Maine, and Bangor and Aroostook all purchased used troop sleepers after the end of the war and converted them into a whole variety of different kinds of equipment. The Bangor and Aroostook, in fact, turned theirs into cabooses. Then the express boxcars in volume 6. They are important when you look at head-end traffic, how the express and mail moved when it was just being stored, not being sorted. And also the express reefers. One of the important traffics on the Boston and Maine Central coming down from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick was fish and express reefers. Now, most of you probably, if you're interested in this subject, know about Bob's photo. Bob Lillestrand has published photo books, mostly black and white, of both New England Railroad equipment and Pennsylvania Railroad passenger equipment. Many of them include rosters. They all include as wide a variety of photos as he can come up with. And that is very useful because Pennsylvania, its freight cars went everywhere and they were the biggest fleet in the country. Likewise, their passenger cars went offline in all directions, including through New England. Then there have been 3 good books focusing on the New Haven Railroad passenger fleet and its trains, the trains it operated in, and 1 covering all the passenger trains of northern New England with a focus on the lightweight cars and the equipment used after World War II. A final resource is if you have a particular area you're interested in, there are I don't know how many have been published now, such and such place in color, or trackside around Boston with Joe Blow, that kind of thing. Those photos tend to be pretty well chosen by people who know their subject and they give a diverse coverage of the railroad and location involved, and they may be you may find them useful for passenger modeling, but they aren't so focused on it that I'd make a strong buy recommendation for any of them. There are also the instruction and data sheets in the kits and models that I'm going to be talking about. Then we have the old and rare kind of information, the stuff that you have to go to used book dealers and train shows. Probably most of you know about the Official Guide of the Railways. It was monthly, and it had every passenger timetable, most freight-only timetables listing the stations for the entire United States, Canada, and Mexico, plus shipping and airline. That is best reference if you can't get a specific timetable for the area and railroad that you're interested in. The Official Register of Passenger Train Equipment, that is the passenger equivalent of the Official Register of Railway Equipment, and it lists everything. Not a lot of detail about it, but you have car numbers and you have dimensions. It's harder to find. Some of them have been scanned. Then you have timetables. They're the obvious way to know what the passenger trains were doing. The exotic things that people were not, these were very hard to access until, say, the past 10, 15 years when scanners started to be widely available. Passenger train consist books. A railroad of significant size would have a list of what kind of passenger trains were needed for every train. Passenger cars, rather, were needed for every train, and those would change from timetable to timetable. And sometimes they had specific car names or numbers. Sometimes they were just a class of car. But if you want to know what was in a train as its regular consist, there's that. The diagram books are like freight and locomotive diagram books. They have dimensions, they have weights, they have sometimes the rebuild history. They're very useful for figuring out more about a car that you found out from the Official Register of Passenger Train Equipment. Then for the details of the operation, people have been coming up with conductors, engineers, and operators' personal logbooks. And the B&M Bulletin has published a number of them, and there are a number of others that have been scanned and can be found. And they'll give the specific consist for a day, the day that that engineer or conductor worked that train, and they'll list the passengers on, passengers off, special cargo handled, any kind of special moves. So those are really the mother lode for what happened on a train. So then we have, how do you achieve these cars? The easiest ones, as I mentioned, are the ones you can buy from Walthers, for instance, ready to run. The B60 passenger baggage and express car from Pennsylvania. That I've seen on pictures of Santa Fe trains in California. They ran into Canada. They were everywhere. Likewise, the R50B express refrigerator, you'll often see that distinctive shape on the head end of a passenger train that hauled express. The troop sleeper I show here is a New York Central conversion with a sliding door. The New Haven did a sliding door also, but they did a recessed door. And those you can just buy off the shelf from Walthers. And then you have the Pullman heavyweight sleepers. If what you need is one of the types that Branch Line or now Atlas offered, or the Walthers offerings, frequently you can just use that car as it is, or you might have to change the name on it. And they generally are pretty good. The one thing there is that you're getting into cars which have minimum radius requirements. And without modification, a branch line kit needs 30 inches radius or more. You can modify it to get down to about 28. And the ones that are shipped pre-built by Atlas, I think, are modified for smaller than that, but that affects the underbody detailing. Pennsylvania P70 coaches also operated on through services. This is a rebuild with air conditioning I made from an old Eastern Car Works kit. But you can also buy them from, I think Bachmann has them, and I don't know if there's another good P70 in HO. I believe there's a P70 in N. To the right of that, we have the branch line single window coach now offered by Atlas. The New York Central and Rutland bought them new, and the B&M bought them used from the New York Central. And there's a New Haven class, which you have to know New Haven pretty well to be able to tell the branch line model from the actual New Haven car. Then we have, happily for New England modelers, this American Flyer style of coach in the lower left. They were built as lightweights and air-conditioned luxury cars in the mid to late 1930s. And that common body style was shared by the B&M, the New Haven, and the Bangor and Aroostook. And they ran all over New England. I think there were some other similar body styles sold by Osgood Bradley to railroads down south, but I don't know how close. This model is a Rapido. Rapidos offered them ready to run, but they're also kits. And the Rapido model it also operates well, and out of the box, it's a pretty reasonable car. Another Rapido model on this view is the Canadian National 1954 coach. Those and some of the Canadian National sleepers were seen operating from Montreal to New York via the Connecticut River, and Montreal to Boston via the Connecticut River and Concord, New Hampshire. And they're also nice, ready to run. My third set of ready to run slides, we have a Penzi P54, PB54 combine, and an that should be MB54, sorry, RPO baggage. They were all bought used by the Boston and Maine in 1940, and they ran into the mid-50s in mostly commuter service, but they were used for the local passenger's car on many long-haul trains. Then I show one of the early 50s Railway Express Corporation built for the purpose express reefers, and a red Caboose Pennsylvania Railroad X29 kit that was purchased decorated as an express service car, which in that era meant different brakes. The brakes were set up for passenger train, different grab irons, and hardware under the door for access. And that kind of car would not be seen in a freight train because they'd have to mess around with its brakes to move it that way. Then we have the Bud Rail Diesel car. That is a Proto 1000, which has been offered by Walthers after Lifelike sold out to them. And some people have said very negative things about Bud RDCs, but they actually were the B&M passenger service I grew up with. It was all RDC by the time I rode a train. And so they have a place in my heart, but the operations of that era were, the 60s, were much less interesting to me than the 50s. So going back to the 50s on the right there is a kit which was offered by Bethlehem Car Works for the Reading coaches, the arch roof standard steel coaches that had been the Reading bought in the 20s. And the B&M and the Main Central both bought second-hand coaches from the Reading as its passenger service declined to replace wood cars that the Public Utilities Commission said were no longer safe. That I built from the kit, but those cars have also been imported, I think, assembled in China and imported by Intermountain, painted and ready to go for Boston and Maine. I don't know if they've done any lettered with Main Central, but in that era, the Main Central paint scheme was exactly the same as the B&M, so all you have to do is change the lettering. In my fourth page of Ready to Run, we're actually fairly lucky here in New England for what you can just buy. Rapido has been very busy working with the New Haven Historical Technical Association, and they have done coaches in a lot of different paint schemes and with different skirts. They have done 2 variants of the parlor cars, and they're talking about bringing in the diners. And so if you really want to see, the Bay State or the Merchants Limited barreling through your little town on the shoreline, yep, you can do it. Next to that, I have one of the combines that as it came out of the box from Bethlehem Car Works in Intermountain. The bottom row is 2 Rapido RDCs, which are a good deal fancier than and more expensive than the Proto 1000s. They've done both the Phase 1 version on the left and the Phase 2 version, which you can see you can see the differences in the cab windows. The pilot actually has a stainless steel guard, fairly solid, that goes down to keep things out from under the wheels. And the headlight has its own housing. And both of those run pretty well. I have had a mechanical problem with one, though. I, of course, had to buy more than one. But they look very nice, and you can buy them with sound. Now, there are some cars that were quite common, widely used. Maybe they were a regular on the train that you want to model, and you can't get them in plastic. You can't get them painted. What I'm showing on 3 of these cars were imported by Nickel Plate Products as part of a Mountaineer set, the New York, Ontario, and Western Mountaineer train that they imported in 1973. And because 2 of them are very good matches for Boston and Maine prototypes, they were built by Pullman Bradley or Osgood Bradley in Worcester. I watch out for those cars, and I have been able to get as many of them as I need that way. One piece of detail I have added is I've added a sill, which that car didn't come with, and there are a few other little things you can correct. But mostly what you have to do is paint them, and then all is well once you've painted them. The New Haven car, that is one that I don't run very often, but I happened to get that car, and I thought, well, I'll paint it up as New Haven. And then I have a kind of exotic thing. In the 70s, New Jersey Custom Brass brought in kits for a couple of different sleepers, and that's one that I built. They were brass, a bundle of pieces in a box with a preformed brass shell. That's one I built, and it came out pretty nice. Moving on to kits that you can build. Most people who are interested in the B&M are aware of the Laconia built, mostly open platform coaches and combines that they used in commuter service, because quite a few of them migrated to Strasbourg, and there are a couple at the National Railway Museum in St. Louis, and there are others elsewhere in tourist service because they were so quaint. They got steel underframes in the 20s, and they're still going strong at 110 years old now. That kit is wood. Ambroid and Northeastern offered both that was Northeastern scale models, not Northeastern scale lumber. Offered the kits for years, the coach and a 4 baggage door combine. The Bethlehem Car Works, under their Sparrows Point label, has offered newer versions of those kits, which I haven't built. But the Ambroid Northeastern car is a classic wood kit. If you haven't built one, or if you're familiar with them, it goes together like most of the others. The Bangor and Aroostook coach I built from an E&B Valley kit, which was flat molded and came out in the 70s also. And I did it that way because I did that rather than use the Rapido car, because I wanted to do the special Bangor and Aroostook underbody and roof details. Down in the lower left there is a Bethlehem Car Works kit that uses etched brass sides to do the B&M 4 baggage door steel combines that have that same 24 by 36 inch glass that the nickel plate products, New York, Ontario, and Western Car did. And then we have another Eastern Car Works flat styrene kit. Eastern Car Works kind of inherited from E&B Valley. And that's a New Haven baggage parlor from the 1948 order. Something that serious passenger car modelers are going to get into one way or another is the concept of a car side specific to the car you want assembled onto a core kit. I have some photos of how you do that later on. What I have here are sides that were made for B&M modelers by Concord Junction Car Shops, and 3 Eastern Car Works core kits, which I would never buy another Eastern Car Works core kit now that Train Station Products came out with a much better one. The last one is a sleeper, and I had that sleeper at the Syracuse convention, and it got a merit award. Not because it was all scratch built, but the interior I put in it. So now we're into the section of how do you figure out what it is you want to build if you want to represent a particular train. This one should be shooting fish in a barrel. The photographer has told you when and where and the number, which is actually hard to read on that version of the Canadian Pacific paint scheme. But there's kind of a question of what else can you learn from this? One thing is the paint scheme. That isn't the first Canadian Pacific RDC scheme. Second is that it's a Canadian Pacific RDC that ran down to North Station in Boston and is now going home. It has a rather different from factory horn on it. It has a different from factory headlight on it. And possibly, though we can't see it from this angle, it was rebuilt with a lunch counter in the baggage section because the Canadian Pacific wanted to be able to provide at least some meal service on what was a 6 or 7 hour run from Boston to Montreal. There were a lot of people of that era in Eastern Canada, Vermont, and Northern New Hampshire who needed to use the train because the highways hadn't gotten there yet. Here's a little more challenging image. I know it's Bellows Falls because I've seen pictures of that area before. I know it's early 1950s because there's a B&M RS2 hauling a passenger train, and that series of RS2s was built as freight only and only got their steam generators in the early 50s. And third, the New Haven American Flyer coach there has had its skirts removed over the trucks, but not between the trucks. And that tells you the era of the New Haven lightweight cars. They loved the skirts at the beginning, and then they came off when they were too expensive. So we've got two coaches here. One of them is obviously New Haven because I at least can read the New Haven lettering on it. And the American Flyer car is also New Haven because B&M American Flyer type cars never had any skirts. So they are coming south into Bellows Falls. The New Haven coach looks like it's been air conditioned, but probably just with ice activated because it looks like one of the passengers is hanging out the window. So this is a day train coming down and those two cars at least are going to change to a New Haven train at Springfield and go on to either Grand Central, most likely, or Penn Station. The coach, the heavyweight coach, is unlikely to be going through to Pennsylvania Railroad points. This image is a little more challenging. It's also taken in Bellows Falls. It's nicely dated, but we have 4 really distinctive passenger cars behind the engine. The first one, the baggage car, you might say, well, that's just a baggage car. How can I identify it? And I'm going to tell you that baggage car is long, and that baggage car has vestibules and steps. How did it arrive at that? Well, if you look it up, the B&M needed to get rid of a lot of old wood baggage cars that it had been using past World War II. They were no longer going to be allowed into Grand Central or Penn Station and in a number of other places. So they bought old Pullman sleepers, plated over the windows, cut baggage doors in, and that's what you see. It's an 85-foot baggage car with two 8-foot wide double doors and vestibules on both ends. Some of the sleepers they converted only had a vestibule on one end. And so that was the way the resulting baggage car wound up. The second car, if you look sharp, you'll notice that there is a mail catcher in that door. So that means, and the windows are a funny pattern, not seen in baggage cars. So what you have there is an RPO coach combine. And it was an RPO smoker combine, and the Rutland had a couple of them. And I don't think, they were a very uncommon car. So when you see that window layout, you know it's a Rutland car. The third car has that distinctive 24 by 36 inch window glazing. You can see how big it is compared to the Rutland car next to it. And so that's almost certainly one of the B&M's 4500 series high window coaches. They air condition some of them for this kind of service. The last car, all the way over to the right, has an arch roof, and it has those distinctive vents on it. So that is one of the cars the B&M bought from the Reading in either 1946 or 1952. So we've tagged what was on train 5503 on September of 1950. This is another one which local knowledge will help you. You've got a observation car, and it's on the B&M, and it says Canadian Pacific. Okay, that tells you it was the Canadian Pacific Buffet Parlor OBS, which was the only one that ran in New England in the 50s, and it is on its way to Boston. The second car has a distinctive shape, and the window spacing is the roof shape and the window spacing are really wrong for an American Flyer car. So what it is, you look around a little bit, the lettering you can guess might be Canadian Pacific. Okay, so that's one of the 2200 series lightweight coaches that Canadian Pacific had bought in the late 40s. The one ahead of it is also a car type the B&M didn't have. The baggage door in that location doesn't match any of the B&M heavyweight combines. So that's going to be another Canadian Pacific combine. And there's another car ahead of it, and if you look at other photographs of the Alouette, you'll know it's an RPO, and that was usually a B&M RPO. This is a tough one. I'm not going to spend too long on it because I can't expect most of you have much background in this. But here we've got on the left, we've got a B&M American Flyer car and one of the ex-Reading coaches, but with more vents than usual, probably set up for commuter service. In the train that's approaching, I see a coach with irregular height windows. Then I see two high window coaches, two of the 24 by 36 inch glass cars. Then I see a double door 60-foot baggage car. Can't tell whose it is at this distance. And then what might be another coach. I think I see a hint of windows there. In that case, that coach would have been deadheading because they would put it ahead of the baggage car. So looking at my watch, I find that time has been passing. And it's about time I did these last two pictures. This shows how I installed the roof conduits and rain gutters on one of those Bethlehem Car Works Reading kits. That the conduit was for train lighting. The B&M did head-end power way before most other railroads, but it was low voltage. The locomotive powered the lights in the commuter cars. I use Walther's glue when I'm trying to make a metal to plastic joint because it's not brittle. I add weight to my cars by hammering lead tire weights to fit inside the center sills. That keeps them inconspicuous. This is how I built that brass side plastic roof kit there. I did some things with solder, which the instructions said I should do with ACC. But then again, the baggage door steps have never come off. And that car's been in train show service for 20 years, thereabouts. This last slide is a summary of who makes the sides that you can put on the core kits and a few notes about it. This is not something to undertake as your first kit build. It's something that you should do when you have some experience, but you can produce pretty good work doing it that way. Union Station Products is active now. I think Athabasca Car Shops is still active. I know an NKP Car Company is still active, but Concord Junction Car Shops hasn't made sides this decade. There's something you see at train shows. This is how you assemble them all. I use styrene strips held onto the back of the metal sides with Walther's glue, and then I assemble those styrene strips to the rest of the body with regular styrene cement, just like you were doing an all-plastic kit. And now I'm ready for questions. And for that, I think I have to go back to our goodly hosts.
All right, James, that's great. And comments in the chat say this was a very informative and really cool clinic. And we do have a few questions. You ready?
I am.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What have I got here? One question was, were there ever any electrified locomotives pulling passenger trains in New England? And I think they meant sort of outside of the New York City area, in upstate New England? Were there ever any electrics?
Well, everybody knows that essentially all New Haven passenger service between New Haven and the New York City terminals was hauled by electric locomotives until the New Haven bought the FL9s. North of Waterbury, Connecticut, the only place where passenger trains were hauled electrically was Hoosac Tunnel, where until 1946 they would put one of the 11,000 volt electric motors, which happened to be almost exactly like the New Haven ZF1, on the head end of a passenger train ahead of its steam locomotive, pull it through the tunnel while the steam locomotive's fires were banked, and then cut it off at the others in North Adams or at East Portal in the tunnel. The only actual electric operation of passenger cars, MU, was on the Boston Revere Beach and Lynn, and that was 3-foot gauge. And if you want to do exotic narrow gauge modeling, doing 3-foot narrow gauge open platform wood cars under catenary with trolley poles hauling commuters is not going to be yet another Colorado model.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's an interesting railroad line. No question. No question. Hey, you mentioned also the troop sleepers and how those got kind of spread around to the various New England railroads. Are any of those still around and used in any way?
I don't believe any troop sleepers still exist aside from perhaps at museums.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't gone and dug them up. I know a number of the Bangor and Aroostook troop sleeper cabooses survived to the end of cabooses on the BAR, and some of them may have been preserved. I've seen photos, but since they haven't been a modeling priority for me, let's see. Actually, there were B&M ones that existed into the 80s, and I think some of them may be at Railroad Museum of New England. But that's a place that, even though it's only 4 or 5 hours drive away, I have never visited it.
Where is that Railroad Museum of New England?
It's on the Housatonic line, so it's out near Waterbury, but I don't know the exact town.
Okay.
If I'd been there, I would. I could look it up, but then again, so could anybody.
Yeah. Well, you planted the seed. Somebody asked if there's much color photography from the steam area in any of the resources that you mentioned?
The books that I mentioned around Boston with Carl Byron in color, all the photos in them are in color. And they are selected pretty well because the B&M ran steam till 1956. The photographers gathered and they brought their best film. They were shooting diesels in black and white, and they were shooting steam in color because they knew it was doomed.
Oh, interesting. So if you were kind of a newer modeler and was just kind of getting into passenger cars, how would you recommend going about this? Would you try to model a fleet in general, say the B&M had these kinds of cars, or would you pick a specific train like you showed pictures of the Alouette and others and model them train by train?
That for the way it'd work with my brain, if I was working on a modular layout, if I didn't have a layout at home, I would probably build some trains. And that's why I have cars in my fleet of passenger cars, which never really operated on the place where I modeled it with my layout, but I bring them out for operation on the hub division modules because, there I can do a Connecticut River train or a train bound for the Hoosac Tunnel and New York State. But what ran on the Eastern Railroad was a little bit more limited.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so, it's doing a specific train is a good way of having diversity. In a small fleet, it's diverse, and there are a lot of different things you can do depending on the train you decide is interesting.
Right.
When I did the eastern route here on my layout, I had to build the same commuter cars, several different instances of them repeated, because I was going to have more than one commuter train. And that only really starts to look good to me when I have 5 or 6 people here operating my layout with me.
Mm. So that they're all being used then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you made me think of something, because I'm a modular railroader too. And when you kind of think about the world that way in modulars and train show layouts and such, you do tend to think in terms of trains, I think. Full
Yeah.
trains from front to back. Interesting. Let's see, what else have I got here? Are there some specific ways that New England passenger trains and equipment were significantly different than it was in other places of the country?
Mostly it was the diversity. The B&M was running equipment that went from brand new to built in 1902 in the early 50s. And if you went to North Station, you would see B&M equipment, Maine Central equipment, Canadian National, Central Vermont, Canadian Pacific, Bangor and Aroostook. If you went out to the station at Ayer, where the Worcester line and the Worcester to Portland line and the Boston to Troy, New York line crossed, you'd see sleeper trains and camp trains hauling kids to the camps in Maine. You'd see the State of Maine Express hauling mail baggage and whatever. You'd see mail and express trains going to interchange with the New York Central, which was the power in express handling in New England. They brought most of it in because it came right into the big center in Springfield on the Great Steel Fleet. And it's diverse. You wouldn't see all the same cars. You wouldn't see all the same locomotives. There were a lot of special moves.
Interesting.
And also most of the lines that weren't real, tag-along branch lines, they had more than 4 trains a day. They had 6, 8. The ones in the commuter district had many more.
Yeah.
So if you, often the thing that someone's talking about when they're talking about the setting for a small to medium sized layout, there might be 1 or 2 passenger trains a day over their line, or maybe none if they're modeling something that just didn't have passenger service.
Right.
But the passenger service, to me, throws something into the operations mix also, because they're running to a timetable. And the freight crews, the classic thing that if you've ever been lucky enough to ride with a freight crew, they're always thinking about how they can get their work done and get back. And in passenger territory, that means getting their work done and following the rules and getting clear of all the passenger trains.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of riding a Amtrak train recently, and today it's all exactly the opposite. The Amtrak train has to keep getting out of the way for the freights that are making
the FRA just published rules which say the passenger trains have some standing. Remains to be seen if they'll get enforced, but there are rules now.
If I were to parachute into one of these lines in the transition era, and I'm thinking specifically of the B&M or the New Haven, and I watch trains go by, what percentage of like baggage cars would be from other lines passing through New England versus branded in either of those two? Do you know what I mean?
The only service where you'd see all B&M or mostly B&M were the trains that handled magazines and catalogs being printed in Concord, New Hampshire and distributed all over the area. They tended to use their own cars. What came in by way of the New York Central from points west, I don't think much mail, some mail and express moved through Penn Station, but much more of it came in over the Hudson River Bridge. You would see all kinds of railroads. I've seen Missouri Pacific, I've seen Florida East Coast. It's the cars moved in kind of a pool, and there wasn't a major incentive to get them home instantly. They would come here and they would go home when they were loaded, but maybe they'd get used for a trip here if that was what was available.
So that's always good news for a modeler, right? Gives you a lot of license to throw in baggage.
Yeah, that's why I led with the B60 and the RB50, because Penzi was big and they were everywhere.
Excellent. One last question here, and I'm not sure exactly what the specific is, but there's a question. What about the commuter? Do you know anything about a commuter train that runs from Boston to Gloucester? That's the question. I don't know if that's.
I've ridden it. I know what it was equipped with in the 50s. I know what it was equipped with in the 60s. I know what it was equipped with in the 70s. I know what it was equipped with in the 80s. In this era, it was RS3s, GP7s, BL2s, hauling the kind of coaches that I showed in my presentation.
Okay.
That's in about 1953 to 1955. Then by 1956, it was mostly, but by 1956, I think it was all Bud cars, 1957 at least, and it stayed Bud cars until 1978. And then the Bud cars had their motive covers left off for the blizzard of 78, and they then had to be hauled by GP7s, and that persisted for a while. And then you started seeing purple MBTA painted equipment.
We're at the end of the road here, but I'm going to invite anybody else who has a question to reach out for you directly. You've obviously stirred up a lot of interest in passenger trains.
I'm the only person with my name in the world at this time, so I'm easy to find.
Well, very good, James. Thanks so much for sharing a great clinic with us today, and we'll look forward to talking to you soon again.
Thanks for being the audience. I hope I talked okay with nobody to see at all.
Awesome job. Bye now.
Bye now.
Hi, and welcome back. And remember, this is the X, NMRAx. Our next clinician is an enthusiastic and maybe even obsessive fan of the Mexican railways. He's always pleased to share his knowledge and his passion for the hobby. He creates railroading videos in Spanish to increase model railroading interest and engagement all around the world. Would you help me please welcome Eduardo Vetrell?
Hi, John. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm really excited to share with you this presentation today. And this is very special for me because I found so many information about the topic, so many pictures, so many history. And I will try to summarize really quickly, perhaps 45 minutes, 50 minutes presentation. And we're going to see 4 points. We're going to see how is the current infrastructure in Mexico, the origins of Mexican railroads, and we're going to see some of the main schemes currently in 2021. And finally, we're going to talk about Chepe and Jose Cuervo Express. These are beautiful trains that everybody should visit at least once in the life. So I have a lot of information, so I will try to speak fast, but I will try to make this really clear for you. And please feel free to make questions. I don't have all the answers, but I will try to cover all the main questions. And also, I will talk about the perhaps some of the culture and some other topics not related to the trains. Okay, let's begin. The first thing that I want to share with you, how is Mexico today? This is the infrastructure right now, but the most important is the first line, the green line. Today, we have almost 11,000 miles between main and secondary lines. We have another numbers like private rails out of service, but this is the most important number. Please remember this because we're going to talk about this number through the presentation. These numbers remain almost the same for, I believe, 100, a little more of 100 years. This is very important. Okay, left to right, they are sorted by size trackage. Here are the main players. We have the first one is Ferromex, then we have division of Kansas City in Mexico. We also have Ferrosur, and we have Ferrovalle. Ferromex and Ferrosur are from the same group. They both belong to Grupo Mexico. I will explain what is Grupo Mexico later. But Grupo Mexico is the main player if we're talking about Mexican railroad today. And what else? Okay, Ferrovalle. What is Ferrovalle? Ferrovalle is the biggest railroad terminal in Mexico. It's located in Mexico City, and the main function of this railroad is the interconnection between the south and the north. They receive all the trains from the south of the country. They storage, they classify, they manage all the trains, rearrange the trains, and prepare for the next trip to the north and then to the United States and then to Canada. So this is why Ferrovalle is so important for the infrastructure right now. But as I mentioned, Grupo Mexico is the big player. Established in 1890 as a mining company, they have three divisions. Well, the main divisions are mining, transport, and they have infrastructure division. The railroad is under transport, and this is important for us. They also have another division like they do some kind community service. They have a train they call Doctor Wagon, or in Spanish is Doctor Wagon. This is a special trains that go all around Mexico with the full service. If you need medical assistance, they provide you and it is free. So this is something good from Grupo Mexico. And as you can see, Grupo Mexico has presence in almost all the states in Mexico. They have a little more of 800 engines and a little more of 26 or 1,000 cars between boxcar, intermodal, and all kind of cars. Grupo Mexico also, well, as I said, they own Ferromex. They acquired Ferromex in 1998. They acquired Ferrosur in 2005. They also have Florida East Company Railway. They acquired in 2017. They own Intermodal Mexico and also Texas Pacific Railroad. So as you can see, if we're going to talk about railroads in Mexico, Grupo Mexico is the name. This is very important for the country right now. Okay, here is the map. I hope that you can see all the all the lines. In the blue line, or perhaps purple in your screen, you can see Ferromex. Then next in red, we have Kansas City. And in the green light is Ferrosur. These are the main players. Also, we have Ferrovalle, but it's a small dot only in Mexico City. So this is very important. So this gives you an idea how is divided right now the country. We also have another colors. We have Ferrocarril Chiapas and something else, but they don't represent as much as the company I mentioned. But if you see, we have a green rectangle in the middle of the map. Why do I have this? This is very important. The next section, we're going to talk about origins of Mexico Railroad. And we need to focus in the states of this rectangle. We're going to talk about Veracruz and Mexico City. This is where everything began a little more of 100 years ago. So please keep in mind that we're going to talk about these states. Okay. Okay. As a reference, I will mention that I found that the first train in England was established in 1825, the Stockton and Darlington Railroad. And also in the United States, I found that the first train was in 1827, Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. This is important, and I will explain why. Then we have another key points that in Mexico, how this was born. We have the first study in 1837. Someone called Francisco de Arrillaga created the first study to make the first link between Mexico City and Veracruz port. But nothing happened, no approval, no investment. So we need to wait until 1850. We have the first trip between Veracruz port and El Molino. In the map, I don't have El Molino because 6.8 miles is really nothing. But if you see the red point, that's Veracruz. And if you go to your left, you will find El Molino. But this is a small part of the train. Then, believe it or not, in Mexico, we have an emperor like Maximilian I from Habsburg. He created the branch between Mexico City, the blue dots, and Apizaco. Apizaco is the green dot. Then in 1869, they create another branch between Apizaco and Puebla. Apizaco is the green dot and Puebla is the yellow dot. So finally, in 1873, we have the first trip between Mexico City and Veracruz. This was under President Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada. The name of this railroad was Ferrocarril Mexicano. This was already a concession to London. And the question is, why take you almost 50 years between, let's say, England and Mexico to create the first trip? In England, as you can see, it was in 1825. And in Mexico, until 1873, we have the first trip. Well, we have several factors to answer these questions. And I will not go deep because this is only a presentation of trends. I will not talk about politics. I will not talk about who is good, the good country, bad countries, the good fellows. I'm just gonna say the real facts. In this time, Mexico, we have three different kind of wars. The first, between 1838 and 1839, we have the first French intervention in Mexico. In Spanish, they call Guerra de los Pasteles. In English, is like cake war, something like that. Then, between 1846 and 1848, we have United States intervention in Mexico. And in this intervention or war, Mexico lost half of the country. Then, between 1862 and 1867, we have the second French intervention. This second intervention is very important because we have this famous battle in Puebla that in Mexico we celebrate. In United States, they call Cinco de Mayo. This is very important, and I want to make this clear. In Mexico, Cinco de Mayo, we celebrate that we defeat the French army in Puebla. That's it. No more celebration. That's the importance for Mexican. In United States, it's a different meaning, but this is very important. So between 1838 and 1867, we have three interventions, three wars. We have many other things that the government to think about it. So that's one of the reasons why this process delay 50 years. So in my personal opinion, these factors delay the construction of the first train between Mexico City and Veracruz. Okay, next. Okay, who is this guy? In Mexico, this is one of the most controversial, let me say, president slash dictator in the Mexican history. Porfirio Diaz was a soldier and also a president. He ruled for over 3 decades in Mexico. He controlled the population using the army, and many people believe he's responsible for Mexican Revolution. Personally, I believe that he's responsible. But let's not talk about politics. Let's not talk about he's the bad guy. Let's talk about trends. Porfirio Diaz, he also has a vision to create a better country, to create a different Mexico. And he believes and he knows how important is the transport, the trade, how important is connections between Mexico and United States at that time. And he promote concessions in order to create or foster trade between the countries, and he also create wealth for the country. Obviously, the problem is all the wealth was in hands of a few people, or sometimes the money was in foreign countries, not exactly into the people. But personal belief is if Porfirio Diaz, well, I mean, without Porfirio Diaz, Mexican Railroad wouldn't exist. This is very important, and I will explain why is this so important for railroad infrastructure right now. Okay, as I mentioned, the railroad heyday in Mexico was between 1880 and 1910. This is the period of Porfirio Diaz, And what happened in these 3 decades? Okay, we have many things to talk. First, during his first period, he added almost 600 miles to the system. Then, for between 1880 and 1884, his personal friend Manuel Gonzalez, and let me, this is like between quotation, Manuel Gonzalez and Porfirio Diaz, they were close friends, and I mean they are almost the same. But what Manuel Gonzalez contribute to the railroad? In the period of Manuel Gonzalez, he multiplied by 5 the the trackage that we have. So we almost have 3,000 miles during this period. Also, we create, in Spanish, we call Ley Ferroviaria General. In English, perhaps is Mexican Railroad Law, create in this period. And this is very important. We have the first railroad concessions in Mexico history. And these concessions, they have particular points. And I will mention only a few. For example, the duration of this concession, 99 years. The concessions, they have right to expropriate lines if they need it. They don't need permission of the government. They also have federal and local exception for tax. They don't pay tax. And what else? Well, they have subsidy for every mile they build, and some other important points. For example, if one of these concessions want to import, let's say, oil to Mexico, they don't pay tax. They can do this import for free. So the facts are these concessions was a big gift for foreign companies. Many people said that Porfirio Diaz uh, give away Mexico with this concession. This is very difficult to argue, but as I said, I will not talk about politics. I will only mention the facts that I have. Then, in 1890, we almost achieved 6,000 miles. You can see the number right there. And Mexico government created this special department. In Spanish, they say Secretaría de Comunicaciones y Obras Públicas. This is an government entity in charge of communications and construction, public construction. So in 1890, Mexican government created this department. What else? Oh, well, finally, in 1899, Mexican people said, I believe these concessions need new rules because we're giving so much to the foreign countries, and they don't pay tax, they expropriate lands, and they are making a lot of money, but not for Mexico. So in 1899, we create a new law, new railroad legislation. So to to I don't know, to summarize Porfirio Diaz legacy, at the end of his period, is like 1910, 1910, 1911. He left Mexico and escaped to Veracruz. But the legacy, he almost built, well, he built a little more of 12,000 miles in Mexico. In kilometers is 20,000 kilometers. And if you remember the first slide, is almost the same number. This hasn't changed for over 100 years. This is why I mentioned that Porfirio Diaz is really important for Mexico Railroad. You can see at the end that the legacy is very important. And about that time, we were the only country in Latin America with this expansion and with this communication for north and south of the country. We mentioned these concessions. Of course, we have many concessions, but the two most important are these ones, the one in red and the one in yellow. The first one, the one in red, was called Ferrocarril Central Mexicano, chartered in Massachusetts in 1880, and the first railroad between Mexico City and Ciudad Juarez was in 1884. The importance of this Ferrocarril Central Mexicano, he connect with ATSF is Atkinson, Topeka, Santa Fe, and Texas Pacific Railway. This is very important to the trade between Mexico and United States. And the other one, the yellow one, Ferrocarril Nacional Mexicano, established in 1881, and they run through Mexico City, go to Saltillo, and then Monterrey, and then to Nuevo Laredo. And this is very important because from Nuevo Laredo, or Laredo as we know today, what is next? Okay, remember, we are in Laredo. Now we need to talk about Texas Mexican Railway. In March of 1875, they were chartered as Corpus Christi. It's like a narrow gauge between along the Gulf of Mexico, but this railroad supposed to run from Laredo to Corpus Christi, and as I mentioned, it's a narrow gauge. But in 1881, they sold this company, and the investors renamed the Texas Mexican Railroad Company. And why is this important? The next slide will explain why. Remember, the yellow line end in Laredo. Then Laredo to Corpus Christi was the Texas Mexican Railway. In 1900, Mexican government acquired control of this railway for the next 80 years. In 1902, they changed to the standard gauge, and it remained almost the same until 1982, that Mexican government sold this company, and it was private and bought by Grupo TMM, that is Grupo Transportación Ferroviaria Mexicana, and then Kansas City acquired Grupo TMM. So this is the importance of Texas Mexican Railway. Today, Kansas City and the division of Mexico own all these sections in Mexico story. Okay, we already saw the main concessions, Ferrocarril Central and Ferrocarril Nacional. But who owns the money? Who has the financial control of these railways? For Ferrocarril Central, as you can see, the Standard Oil Company, they put the money, and the Sprayer House from New York and London, they put the money for Ferrocarril Nacional. This is very important because these companies, they have they, they have to borrow money for these companies, and you will see later why is this important, because at the end, Mexican government has to pay the interest for these monies. So to finish this period between 1880 and 1910, in 1908 was created Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México. What happened? They decided to join Ferrocarril Central and Ferrocarril Nacional. We have another concession, but these two, they practically control 75% of the structure in that time. And some people believe, oh, this is great. We have big railroad company in Mexico. Now it's called Ferrocarriles Nacionales de Mexico. This is excellent for the country. I'm not sure about. And also, I found a wonderful book called Mexico Bárbaro by John Tucker. And in this book, he explained that with this consolidation, he make this question: with this consolidation, foreign capital will take control of Mexican system. The question and the answer are complicated. My personal belief is yes. With the creation of this big entity, the the control of Mexican railways take to the foreign capital and therefore to the foreign companies. But this is a very delicate subject. So I only will say that in that year, Ferrocarriles Nacionales de Mexico was created, but we have some doubts if this is a good thing or a bad thing for Mexico. So what happened then? Then we have Mexican Revolution, and perhaps it's one of the most important events in Mexican history. We have these great characters like the famous Pancho Villa, General Emiliano Zapata, and we also have Adelitas. Adelitas, they were women who traveled together with the army and with husbands, sons, and sometimes they fight together. These characters are very important for Mexico. And I will talk really briefly because I could spend hours and hours talking about Mexican Revolution. But what is the importance to the train? What is the importance to the structure to Mexico? Okay, both sides recognize the importance of the train. They need to move fast. They need to move with all the army, with the horses, supplies, guns, with everything they have. And they see two alternatives: either take control of Mexican railway or destroy it. So, in the north of the country, mainly with the General Pancho Villa, we have several battles, and the train was really important for Mexico. As I mentioned, this is the most important socio-political event in Mexico, but let me focus at the end of this period. This revolution last 10 years. It was something really ugly, 10 years in war. And at the end, we have this Mexican politician, Alberto J. Panini. He delivered a damage report of the revolution to the system. He present this report to the authorities of Ferrocarriles Nacionales de Mexico, and in that report he explained, okay, we have 49 millions in Mexican silver pesos of damage, and he said that 56% were of rail destruction, 80% of bridge destruction, 80% of cars, and 8% of building. Also, in that report, he explained that 40 passenger cars were damaged and almost 4,000 of boxcars destroyed and only 50 steam engines. That's the official number, but as you can imagine, during war, it's kind of difficult to have all the proper record to to take control of everything that happened in that period. And I found unofficial numbers that a little more over 9,000 boxcars were destroyed, and also several hundreds, not only 50 steam, several hundreds of steam engines were destroyed, and of course, bridges, structures, and many other things. So, what is the importance of Mexican Revolution? Mexican Revolution is really close to the trains. They control the trains, they control the army, and both sides know the importance of this. We lost a lot of engines, boxcar, and also the structure. And the revolution is really important for Mexico that even today we celebrate with pictures like this. This is from Kansas City. They have a special caboose they call El Revolucionario. This is a tribute to all the revolution people who fight during that time. Also, 2 years ago, we have an exhibition in Mexico City, in Zocalo. We have this beautiful engine called Petra. This is a 280 engine, was built in 1899 by Alco, American Locomotive Company, and retired until 1968. Was assigned to FCI number 67. FCI means Ferrocarril Interoceánico. This was a narrow gauge between Veracruz and Acapulco. Well, this didn't reach Acapulco, but supposed to reach Veracruz and Acapulco. Today, this engine is in Museo de los Ferrocarriles in Mexico City. And the name Petra, why is called Petra? The name of Petra is in honor of a female revolutionary who fought in the Battle of Torreon, Petra Herrera. The Battle of Torreon was in 1914. So today we celebrate revolution, and I believe this is the only engine that we have here in Mexico, and I believe there's another one in Puebla in the museum. But 2 years ago in Mexico City, we have this exhibition. Okay, let's make a really quick stop, and let's see what are the main points until now. Okay, we have in 1950 the first trip between Veracruz and El Molino. In 1980, as I mentioned, we have the first concession. Then in 1908, we have Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México, and something important, Mexico government owns 58% of the company. The other, as you will imagine, is from foreign companies. And in the middle of the revolution, I mean 1914, remember, Mexican Revolution was between 1910 and 1920. In the middle, 1914, we have this called Ferrocarriles Constitucionalistas. And I found two versions of the history. One version said that CEO of Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México visit President Venustiano Carranza and ask for help. He said, the situation is very hard. The revolution is very, it's a big problem for us. We don't have money. Please take control of the company. This is one version. The other version said that that President Venustiano Carranza took control and he didn't ask. But behind of this, you will find that Mexican government was obligated to pay interest. Remember who controlled the money for this company? The Standard Oil and the Sprayer House. With this, Ferrocarriles Constitucionalistas, Mexico government has to pay interest and support the issue bonds for the company. So my personal belief is that the CEO of Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México delivered the company to the government in order to cover all the financial needs in that time. So after the revolution, 1926, the government says, okay, I don't need this company anymore. So they return Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México to the private companies. They say, okay, this is the company. Now you need to pay the interest. You need to invest money and make this work. But then in 1937, President Lázaro Cárdenas, he expropriated again Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México. But not only train, he expropriated the oil companies and many other companies. This was a period that Mexico believed that all these companies belong to the people, and so the government needs to take control. So between 1937 and 2001, we have a lot of elements. We have many stories to tell, but I don't have time. So I just want to say that in 2001, President Vicente Fox finally sold Ferrocarriles Nacionales de México. But this sale was prepared not only by Vicente Fox. We have another Mexican presidents who participate, Ernesto Zedillo, Carlos Salinas. This was like perhaps 2 or 3 presidents that were involved. But at the end, Presidente Vicente Fox sold all the company. Okay, let me see my time, and also I need a little water. Okay, I think I have still some time. Now, let's talk about Nacionales de Mexico, or the famous NDM. Those that we are into the modern railroad, we love NDM, and you will see perhaps some schemes from Athearn, from Intermountain, from Scale Trains with the logo NDM. Let's talk about NDM. As I mentioned, Nacionales de Mexico was established in 1908, but we have other railroads in Mexico, not only Nacionales de Mexico. As you can see, we have FCPA, we have CHP, that is Chihuahua Pacifico, SBC, and we have FCI, Ferrocarril Interoceánico. Remember Petra? Petra was assigned to this railroad, FCI. And we have in Yucatan, UDY, and then FUS. So we have another railroads, but the main lines were Nacionales de Mexico with the 2 concessions that we already talked. This remained the same until late 80s, 87 to be exactly. Ferrocarril Nacional Mexicana take control of these other railroads in Mexico and create Ferrocarril Nacional Mexicana with the logo FNM. And they create divisions, Central, South, Pacific, North Pacific, and some others. So if you like model railroad, you will see the logo NDM between 1908 and late 80s. And between 87 and 2000, you will see Mexican models with FNM. This is the reason, but this is all the same. We are all Nacionales de México. Also, in 1997, we have another government entity, Secretaría de Comunicaciones y Transporte. This is like Communication and Transport Secretary or department. They control Ferrocarriles Nacionales de Mexico. This is very important. And what else? Obviously, there are many histories. There are many things to mention, but I believe I only have maybe 20 minutes, maybe later. But I will not talk about every engine that you see here. These are only diesels. Obviously, Mexico, we have steam engines, but in order to make this a little more compact, I will only present diesel engines. So this is important. Remember, in Mexico, we have many steam engines. One of the most famous engines in Mexico is the Niagara engine. And we have consolidation, and we have 246, 260, and so many other models. And in the screen, you will see that I have three models in red. These models are special for Mexico, and I will explain why they are special. The first one, we have this GE Super 7. Mexico acquired 223 of this model, and I believe they only have in one railway in the United States that use the Super 7. I'm not sure about the pronunciation, so sorry if I don't say this okay. The railroad in the United States that use Super 7, Monongalia Railway, I believe so, they acquired only 11. Also in Quebec, Roberval and Seguin Railway, they have this model. But in Mexico, we have 3 types of Super 7. Super 7R, that means rebuilt, Super 7N, that means new, and Super 7MP, that they have new technology and microprocessor, and they were the best of the best. GE sent engineers to Mexico to build this 89 Super 7. They rebuilt from U-30C, U-36-7, C-30s, and Mexican rail fans really love this engine for this reason, because it was built almost complete in Mexico, and they feel like they own the model. And they also say that the original scheme, the colors, they were beautiful, and the most important, the Super 7, they were the last acquisition before the Ferrocarriles of Mexico sold to the private companies. Then we have this big monster, personal, I don't like it. Mexico acquired 14 engines. This was made by Baldwin Locomotive. This engine, they call DR12A 3000. 3000 means horsepower, and it's not a one. It's not only one motor. This engine has two diesel motors. Each motor has 100, 500,000 of horsepower, but as they have two, they say 3,000 horsepower. This is also something peculiar for Mexico, and I believe Baldwin construct 56 of this engine, and Mexico acquired only 14. Then we have this beautiful engine, beautiful, but also I don't know how to say this, problematic. And this engine represents how Mexican government work. Let me explain very quickly. We acquired 39 of these engines in 1982. We have a project to link Coatzacoalcos in Veracruz and Salina Cruz in Oaxaca. They call Ferrocarril Transísmico, something like the Panama Canal, but the project never realized. There are many factors, investment, and United States was not involved in this project, but let's not talk about that. At the end, we don't have this project. So what Mexican government does? He storage this engine for almost 11 years. Then in 94, they remember, oh, we have these engines. Let's make something with them. They make a new route between Mexico City and Querétaro. Querétaro is in the middle of the Mexico if you're going to south to north. But we have another problem. We have a problem with the catenary systems. The height was not correct. They don't plan proper this project. Also, they have problem with the voltage of the system. So at the end, this project only gave service for 3 years, and TMM, Mexican Grupo Transportación Ferroviaria Mexicana, sold these engines to Navajo Mine Railroad, and we have no survival information from these engines. These are beautiful engines, but well, this is the sad story of this. Okay, almost done. I still have perhaps 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Let's do this very quickly. Currently, 2021. Now, I only will share with you pictures from people who helped me to make this presentation, and this is just a little taste of how Mexican railroad work. And here, this is you will see these are from Kansas City. I took this photo 2 years ago in Querétaro. It's a GES44. The number that you see is the approx quantity that Kansas City has in Mexico. We also have these beautiful things from Kansas City, ES44, SD70, and GP38. And in your left at the end is the SD70. In the front, you will see GP38 and ES44. This is a beautiful picture from EMD-SD40. And this is beautiful because they have the same colors that we have with Ferrocarriles Nacionales de Mexico, or FNM. In Mexico, we call these engines pitufas. Pitufas mean in English smurf. Smurf is the little cartoon, the blue cartoon Smurfs. So in Spanish, Smurf is pitufas. In Mexico, we love this scheme. And then we have Ferromex with SD17, SD40. What else? Oh, this new engine. This is a controversial scheme. Some people love it, some people hate. They say it's almost exactly like the CN in Canada. Yeah, it looks like Canadian scheme, but it's different. Personally, I like it, and I hope that perhaps Atron scale trains someday will produce this model. Definitely I will buy many of these engines. We have this special model in Mexico they call ferrococas. Cocas is like the soda of Coca-Cola company, and I believe that Atron already announced in the line ready to run that they have this scheme. I already ordered mine. These are beautiful. We have from Ferrosur. In Mexico, we call ranas. Rana means frogs. Uh, as you know, all the frogs are green, so they call ranas in Mexico. And we also have some engines from Ferrovalle. Ferrovalle has different engines, but here you only see switchers. As I mentioned, they have a big yard in Mexico City. Finally, I think I have 4 minutes. Let's talk about Chepe and Jose Cuervo Express. Today, these are the only trains for passengers. Let's not talk about the Mayan train. That's a different project. This is uh, this is reality. Chepe and Jose Cuervo, the owner of these trains is Grupo México, as I mentioned. And what is this? Okay, Chepe. Chepe is a trip between Chihuahua and Sinaloa, between the city of Cruel and Los Mochis. The complete trip is almost 10 hours. They have 6 passenger cars with restaurants, observatory, full capacity of 500 passengers, and they have 3 divisions. They have first class, executive class, and tourist class. The cost range are between perhaps $40 and maybe $200. This depends because single trip in, let's say, tourist start from $40. But it's different if you want to take the train and let's see, you go to Krill and then go to El Fuerte on executive class. Then spend the night in the Fuerte. You need to spend the money in the hotel. Then at the next day, you take the train and go to Los Mochis, and then you need to pay something different. So the cost of the trip depend of the itinerary that you choose. This is really good. Strongly recommend this, and the information is at chepe.mx. And finally, no, well, almost finally, this is the engine of the Chepe. It's GP40 and personal quote. I have this engine. I'm modeling this engine. I trying to convert my old Bagman into one of Chepe Express. Finally, the lovers of tequila. We have this Jose Cuervo Express. This train is in Guadalajara City, in Jalisco. It's a trip to Tequila Zone. They visit this area and they show how tequila is made. They teach about agave. You can see mariachis and all the Mexican folklore. This is one day single well, not single run trip, 11 hours. The complete tour is 11 hours. If you visit Sonoma or Napa, they have a train wine. This is almost the same. You visit the son of tequila, you visit how, and they teach you how tequila is made. This has 4 classes. They have express. The express class is for family. The cost is $100 for adults. Children under 5 are free, and premium, diamond, and elite class the price is up to $150, and these class are for only beyond 18 years, and only for grown-ups. No childs are allowed in this section. So, oh, almost 10 minutes before the time. Thank you for letting me sharing this with you. I have some people to thank. You will see here the reference and the books that I consult, photographers, and many things that I found. And right now, if we have some questions, I'd
Eduardo,
be
thank
happy
you
to
very
help.
much. Wonderful. Boy, that was really interesting. And there are a number of comments, chats on the two streams about how people enjoyed the presentation and the history. And I think maybe a subject matter that a lot of us don't know very much about. So thank you very much about that. I do have a few questions here. So I'm just jump right in here. And we still have a few minutes because we're going to be taking a break at the end of this presentation. So Eduardo, tell me about the how are international connections made between Mexico and the U.S.? Do the trains kind of run straight through the border, or do they have to stop and go through all kinds of checking and changing and stuff like that?
No, they need to stop in the border. I believe it's in I remember is in Laredo. They have this station, and also in El Paso. This is very difficult because one of my friends who worked from one of the companies, I will not mention which one, he told me that sometimes the train need to stay almost a week in order to enter the United States.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really complicated.
Wow. So there's a lot involved in getting cargo moved back and forth.
Yeah, this is a complicated process. But yeah, the main, I believe the main are Laredo. They also have El Paso, and we also have Eagle Pass. They are the main, and I also believe they have another border in Brownsville, Texas. But they need to wait, and in order to go to the United States.
Okay. Super. Is there a lot of rail fans and rail fanning in Mexico?
Yeah, I believe that in Mexico, it's kind of mix, perhaps 50-50 between rail fans and model railroad. I'm gonna make an advertisement. The first, the main rail fan YouTube channel is called Maquinista 3029. That's how you spell Maquinista 3029. He's like all rail fan. You will see only engines, and more engines. But yeah, we have a big rail fan in Mexico.
Awesome. Was there any narrow gauge railroading in northern New Mexico? I'm thinking about like there was mining railroading in Arizona and of course Colorado. Was there any like development of natural resources up that way?
Yeah, I don't have exactly where, but yeah, Mexico, we have narrow gauge. As I mentioned, we have in the middle of Mexico this project FCI, Ferrocarril Intersonic. It was a narrow gauge. The link between Laredo and Corpus Christi also was narrow gauge. And I believe, forgive me if I don't have the correct data, but I believe mining and some other industrial in the north of country, they have narrow gauge, but most of them they transform to standard gauge.
Yeah. So similar to the U.S. that way.
Yeah, something like that.
There was a question about whether freight ruled in Mexico or whether, as in the U.S., or whether passenger movements were more important, like in the U.K. But I think you kind of answered that. I mean, clearly Mexico is driven as a freight railroading kind of province.
That's correct. In Mexico, the only passengers, well, we have two and perhaps three. There is Chepe, from Chihuahua. That's the only one, and the other was the Tequila Express. Is one-day trip, and our president is thinking about Mexican train Maya in Mexican Riviera Maya. But this is a really complex subject, and well, there's division in Mexico if this is good for Mexico or not.
Yeah, yeah. Same here in
Oh,
the
yeah,
U.S.
yeah, we have the same problem.
Yeah. Is there any sort of metro transit service?
Oh, yeah, well, but it works different. In United States, you have Amtrak. I don't know what they have in London or other countries,
Right.
but the Amtrak, you can travel from San Diego to, I don't know, Vancouver, perhaps, or to the other side. In Mexico, metro is only in the cities. In Mexico City, we have this big system of metro. I believe we also have metro in Guadalajara City, and perhaps one or two more cities, but that's it.
Okay.
It's not the same system as the Amtrak.
Right. But in the U.S., we also have those sort of city-specific kind of subway systems or
the subway system last New York. I've been in New York, and it's I don't like it. It's terrible. It's noisy and old. Well, we have our own problems, but metro is like the subway here in Mexico, and but we don't have something like the Amtrak. No, we don't have like that.
Okay. Yeah. Are you a model railroader yourself? And if so, what do you focus on?
Oh, I consider kind of a mix between real fan and a modeler. I have my own YouTube channel just for fun trains. I believe it's the only channel in Spanish. I focus mainly on NDM and CN. I don't know. I like the scheme of CN, the colors. It's not something special. I'm not into a specific era. My era, for if you want to say, is between 1960 and perhaps early 80. I mean, all NDM.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that's my.
Are there rail connections moving south between Mexico and other Central American countries? Are there rail systems in those places also?
No, I believe that there was a project to go south, but right now the information that I have, there's no connection in train between Mexico and Guatemala or Salvador. Please, Mexican fellows, if I'm wrong, please comment. But I don't have information about that.
Okay. Super. Well, we're really excited to have you as a part of the community. I think it's just amazing to.
I was really nervous because I have so many information, and I say, okay, I only have 45 minutes, and I try to explain as quickly and as clear as I can. And well, I hope you enjoy it.
The penalty in our community, the penalty for having too much information is you got to come back and give another clinic.
Of course, I will love that. Thank you very much.
Super. Well, thank you very much, Eduardo. We enjoyed having you, and we'll talk to you soon.
See you.
Thanks. John, just before we go, I'm just going to let everyone know that we're going to kill the stream and take an hour break. So
sure.
This year we're going to try to break the streams up a little bit. But before we do that, I see Gordy's stayed up late and decided wanted to join us. So maybe he wants to tell us about some of the things that are coming up for the year for us.
What, before I get spun upside down and round and round?
No, I'm going to leave that one out today.
Oh, thank you very much. See you.
Thanks, Eduardo. See you now.
So, see you later.
See you later. So there's lots of things going on, folks, and unfortunately we haven't planned a halftime show for this one, but maybe Marty will sort something out for next time. But the plan going forward is 4 hours, bit of a break, get yourselves refreshed, come back for another 4 hours. I hope you enjoyed that. That was a fantastic first half of today. We'll be back again next week on the 30th of January with, I think it's the 30th. I hope it's the 30th. Now I've said that, I'm not so sure. I've just gone and said something wrong. But anyway, we'll be back next week in partnership with the Piedmont Division in Atlanta, Georgia, providing a live stream for their Model Railroading 101. There's still time to sign up and be a part of that clinic. It's an in-person clinic in WebEx that we'll be live streaming, so you can be part of the clinic. but you can also just watch it live like you do any other NMRAx event. It is on the 30th. Hallelujah! It's on Saturday, the 30th of January. Got it right, and it is
Well
1
done.
p.m. Well done, thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's 1 p.m. Till 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. UTC or GMT. So work that out according to your time zone. Remember, the Earth is round. That means that people have different time zones, and as it's winter, round. Do you like that? Round. Yes, that's why. That's how I nurture my crystal ball to work out what you're going to do to me next, guys. But yeah, and that means that you could be 13 hours adrift if you're in New Zealand. You could be 13 hours ahead of UTC. You could be kind of 11 hours behind if you're in Hawaii, I guess. So watch your time zones, but yeah, it'll be on next Saturday, and then we'll be back with NMRAx February on the 27th of February, and because there's 28 days in February, although I believe that the bars and train shows are permitted again from the 30th of February. I've heard that on good authority that from the 30th of February,
Everything's opening up on the 30th.
everything's reopening. Yeah, on the 30th of February. I don't know when the 30th of February is going
All
to be.
around the world.
But
All around the world.
all around the world from the 30th of February. So the 27th of March, 27th of February, we'll be back NMRAx with this exact same format, plus or minus maybe a halftime show with Marty on the Gold Coast on his beach, just to upset everyone as it's the middle of winter in the Northern Hemisphere. And what can you do? But yeah, join us this evening. I hope you enjoy it. It's nearly time to knock it off in the UK, so we won't be rolling Gordy out again, I don't think. But we'll be back again in February and March, and try to tune in for next weekend. It's at a kind of good time for everyone, hopefully mid-afternoon. So we're going to kill the stream. Are we doing the wheel of chat, or are we killing the stream?
Killing the stream.
Killing the stream.
He's going
Right,
to kill the stream.
We're going to kill it. All right, so we're going to kill the stream. So what you need to do is, if you're watching on Facebook, you need to stay right where you are on the NMRA Facebook page. When we go live again, it'll pop back up. Otherwise, it's www.facebook.com/nmra.org/live. That will take you to any live video that we do on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, if you go to the NMRA, it's actually NMRA space org on YouTube. If you search for that in YouTube, it'll take you to the page. That's going to have the NMRA logo. Big wheel. It's the end of an axle. It's not anything else of anyone else's anatomy. Okay, it's the end of an axle logo. It goes round like this. To the camera, Gordy. To camera. To camera. Not that one. To camera. Yeah, if you go to our YouTube channel about 10 minutes before the start of the next clinics, at the top of this hour, we'll be back live again, and you should see it, and it'll have a little, to know you're on the right bit, it'll have a little red live logo on both Facebook and YouTube. So go get yourselves a break, get yourselves some refreshment, something to eat, maybe bit of a toilet break. Speed is away actually at the moment, fixing his toilet, watching NMRAx in his car and fixing his toilet at the same time. So we don't know if we're going to get Speed back tonight, but hopefully.
He's got a toilet in his car?
Oh, mate, he said he was sitting on the toilet driving his car to try to fix it. I mean, I think the guy's a bit stressed. So we need a little break now to get that sorted.
Everything's
I know things are bigger in Texas, but I didn't think the cars had toilets in them.
Yeah, well, the only thing is I'm not sure whether he's cut a hole through the floor of the truck or whether it's got a retention tank. So if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, following Speed, yeah, shut the vents. All right, guys.
Well, I've been for a swim, and I'm going to go and have get my breakfast organised now, and I'll see you later on.
It's the middle of the day for Brad. That's really mean. All right.
Right. Too late. I've already killed you.